LCS Challengers League is brought to you by Turo, the world's largest car-sharing marketplace. Find your drive.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the LCS Challengers League qualifiers. We are finally in the quarterfinals. Our top 8 teams will be duking it out over the next 3 show days to figure out who will be taking home the championship of our first OQ and be one step closer to making it to the promotion relegation tournament happening later this summer. I'm Grapes. I'm joined alongside Alec Battery here on twitch.tv/rallycryofficial. Check out that channel for all of your NACL qualifier needs. Alec Battery, we finally made it. It's the playoffs.
Woo! We don't have a random bunch of best of threes. I don't have to talk about Swiss. This is my best day. This is my favorite day. So
we might go over the Swiss a little bit shortly. But before we end up getting started, I think it is a good thing to let people know how we have gotten here in case you are joining us for the first time, because we are in the NACL qualifiers. This is the path to pro to get into the LCS Challengers League, the NACL, that is happening a little bit later today. And it is an open process, and sign-ups start in about a week or so for the second tournament. So if you are a group of players that are interested, make sure to check out the Rally Cry Twitter and make sure that you're around when those sign-ups end up coming in.
Yeah, we got to start pinging Tyler 1, whatever team LS wants to make with Griffin and Tenacity. We've got to get them back in, okay? We've got to let them know, guys, you don't just have to pay your way or be disguised. You just have to play in the qualifiers. I promise you, it's just easy. Just win. A natural slogan here in the NACL and in Tier 2. So I'm excited. We've got a lot of matches up today. We have obviously our slate here on our broadcast: Mirage Alliance versus Apex Mission Impossible, and then Team Ambition versus Kellex. But the other stream feels just as, honestly, I think they got the better games. I'm going to be 100% on broadcast. I think they got the better games. Winthat versus CCG and Lit versus Cheese Chasers. Look, we're going to be done with our stream really fast, so I'm going to hop over to Rally Cry 2 after our broadcast and try to catch that last series.
You just we got our predictions ready to go, but
I know.
You just call people out like that. That's crazy. Okay, we got all 4 qualifier casters' predictions for who's gonna win today. We can start up with Arish. He certainly thinks that the bottom half, his game is gonna be the most interesting because he's got both of the lower seeds taking the dub today.
That's how I know Ravish is not paying attention to what happens on our screen. Brother, man, we just Ravish, you and me just cast a CCG. Whatever you're taking as medication for this, I'm on, okay? I know you got Canadian healthcare, but damn.
I do know that, Cheese Chasers Lit, I think that's going to be the most competitive series. So that is where we will have probably the most split opinions. We go over to Summer's predictions as well, as her and Ravish will be on twitch.tv/rallycry2 for the bottom half. She's gone full chalk. Mirage Alliance, Team Ambition, Winthrop University, Lit Esports, the full entourage of upper seeds making it through.
That makes sense. Look, I was going to be with Summer, and mine are going to be pretty aligned, but this is fair. I think this is what everyone should expect going into the day, and if we get upsets, that's more exciting. So let's take a look at your predictions, Grapes.
Okay.
That's mine. I forgot it's mine. That's up next. I'm griefing. There you go.
You're eating some cheese.
I took all of the higher seeds. Rightfully so. They have played the best. They've obviously are the highest in points because of their performance. And then I took Cheese Chasers because I just something about the boys, something about the way that they've been playing. I think it's very real that we could see them upset Lit. But that's.
Do you think that these 4 are the teams that will be playing in the promotion tournament at the end of Qualifier 2 as well, or is there something else coming in there? You think Lit's not going to make it through?
No, I think that there's going to be a surprise team in OQ2 that's going to pull a rock bottom.
Okay, that's a bold prediction. I'm down for that. We can head over to what I have. I do have Lit Esports winning. The top side is just too good in my eyes. I got the Grandpa Gamers, baby. I casted them yesterday. They beat Komodo in a 2-0 fashion. And hey, some players.
Yeah, man. They just had to call down Thor on Aaron, bro.
Hey. Evan RL and Clyde. They play good. It's the Boomers versus Zoomers happening later today on our stream, so make sure you stick around for that. You have a little bit of split opinions. The only matchup where all 4 of us are aligned here, Dimitri, is the top one. But that is just because Mirage Alliance has been incredibly dominant throughout this entire OQ, and we can take a look at their roster right now as we get ready for our first quarterfinal series to begin. If you're just looking at the players top to bottom, this group is just full of talent, and there's no surprise why they were a #1 seed.
This is a bottom of the pack challengers team. right there,
Yeah.
just off the bat. You have Alorum, Chad Jungle, Sudsy, Neo, Dart. Like, we literally have a role swap here coming in for support. Dardoch really wanted to play with Chad after being his coach on IMT. So, hey, cool. I'm glad that we get to see it. And we should expect good things for them. I think when we have a team like this in our qualifier system, we need to hold them to a higher expectation because they themselves are expecting to win. We have them as the first seed coming in from the selection committee, and rightfully so. They 5-0'd Swiss and barely have dropped any games. I say barely because they did have that one versus CB Gaming. If they want to push it off and say that that was us waking up because none of us have played at 10 a.m. start time, like thumbs up for you. That's a bit of cope. But like the game does exist. You did in fact lose. Your Nexus went boom. And we need to hold Mirage Alliance to a higher standard when we have such a level of a team.
Yeah, I mean, Alorum, Chad Jungle, Neo, and Dardoch all have played games on the LCS stage. Sudsy just promoted into the NACL with Tony Top, so all these players capable of playing at the Tier 2 space, let alone Tier 3. So they're definitely the favorites coming in today. We can take a look at their opponents for this quarterfinal matchup. Apex Mission Impossible, the French-Canadian team, the lowest seeded squad still remaining in this tournament. Decoy, Reggie, Ariandel, Baz, and Pacus, they took down Miracle 2-1 yesterday in what was a pretty back-and-forth series. But, I mean, Miracle was a team that had a lot of high expectations. Some players that were in the NACL just one split ago, this team took them down.
Yeah, it was with... Honestly, shout out to Reg. I'm so happy that Reg got to like talk a little bit of smack beforehand and was like, I'm feeling confident. We did that interview, and then boom, posted it up. They put up the scoreline, and it was 2-1. It was after Miracle and Game 2 had a pretty resolute win, but Game 3 just didn't look close. Ariandel was firing. Reggie was doing great. I feel like this entire team really hit their stride yesterday, and it's all about being able to carry that momentum when you are playing up against Mirage Alliance today.
Yeah, Reg definitely kind of the star player of this team going in throughout the entire tournament. Somebody who has had some experience at this stage or at this level, but this is by far the best that he has performed at this level here now in the playoffs of the summer split. And Baz, the AD carry, also somebody to keep an eye out as a new player down in the support role. Should be a fun matchup to watch. They know that they are the underdogs here. And
Yes.
we talked to Baz yesterday. They said that they weren't going to hold back. They were going to go all out to try and pull off the upset to end all upsets. And let's see if they can do it right here. Mirage Alliance have selected blue side for game 1 as we're headed into the draft.
All I can think about when I see these names like listed up against each other, like we finished our like, here's the rosters for Mirage Alliance, then here's the roster for Apex. It's like that meme of, I don't remember if it was Impact versus Tenacity, and it was like Impact, like
all the
Korean,
career
like
achievements.
all the career achievements, and then Tenacity, one academy, one time. And that's how it feels, and that's how it's gonna feel for like 90% of the teams here. Mirage Alliance are just super decorated. They've put up their results so far in the LCS Challengers qualifiers. It's all about actually winning the whole thing and proving that, hey, we are the best team here. It starts now. As we're getting through the rest of the bans, for everybody at home, we are on patch 1311. You can see it at the top next to the little timer on the other side. 1311, we're going to be on 1311 for the rest of this qualifier. Once we move over to the second qualifier, we'll get a little bit closer to live, but we get very intimate with one patch, and it lets, it keeps us all on one stage. We don't have to like learn different patches. Does mean that we get pretty deep into 1311. We're starting to see some people experiment, but for the most part, it's mostly the same.
One of the most notable things that I've seen is that AD carry priority has changed a little bit throughout the the tournament as we have stayed on the same patch. I think Aphelios was kind of a 1-2 alongside some of these other champions like Jinx back in the day, but I feel like now it's very easily B1able, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Mirage Alliance take it up. It will be the Maokai instead for Chad. We did say that he has been on the West Coast for a while, and maybe not used to waking up this early. The Maokai is a nice, easy start to the day.
Yeah, it gets him nice and rolling. The ultimate is just as slow as you need to actually get out of bed, so You'll be fine. I'm sure Chad will have a lot of fun, and it still gives him some playmaking tools, which is what we want to see from a player like Chad Jungle with his with how aggressive he can be, and it allows for a lot of control, a lot of extra vision. Maybe something like a Graves wouldn't necessarily be able to give over. Now, for Apex Mission Impossible, I love the Kindred pick. This champion has been absolutely busted this entire patch long because of the Trinity Force changes that came onto this patch. She gets so much HP, and giving her a setter like an Annie, I think is perfect with that. Now they just need to focus on maybe picking up a pretty decent support, someone with a little bit of engage to make sure that they can actually go forward with this champion.
Yeah, the Kindred was heavily contested throughout the whole day, I guess, but also specifically for Apex's series against Miracle yesterday, because both Reg and City Witty, who had the opportunity to roll swap up to the jungle if the Kindred was left up, it was banned in all 3 games. Finally, Reg gets his hands on it for this first game, and maybe Mirage Alliance are going to regret that decision because he's been very confident on this champ throughout the entire qualifiers. I remember in our interview that we had with him, he said that he wasn't expecting any teams to really give over that or the Rengar to him. So now, getting his pick of the litter as we head over to Mirage Alliance's side, there is that Aphelios that I was talking about, and maybe a control mage for Suzy to round out this first rotation.
Would have, a bit of range to be able to deal with Annie. I think that, hey, if we're going to go full ball comp, if we're trying to make sure that we're protecting some of our carries as well as providing control over space, I think Orianna is perfect at that. And I was actually surprised because Orianna's really not balanced on this patch. 13-11, her win rate spiked really hard out of nowhere, and that is because of a couple of changes to mid lane and as well as the Lost Chapter change. Orianna should have been a higher priority, but there are just so many other champions. Also, Orianna doesn't necessarily deal with an Annie Tibbers being dropped on top of her head out of nowhere very well. Not that a lot of people do, but she is definitely more susceptible to a potential jungle 2v2, which is what we'll have to look out for between these two when we're looking at Reggie and Ariandel. Ariandel definitely is a person who is going to push out his lane and look to play with Reg really aggressively with picks.
And you wonder if that same amount of priority around side lane is going to happen for Mirage Alliance as well, because Orianna can make some roams, but more known as that late game threat, and so maybe this is where Apex can really lay down the hammer, especially with this Varus pickup on R3, somebody that can clear out the waves, get some priority in lane himself, especially alongside a solid support that Pockets has yet to select. We're heading to the second phase of bans. Chad going to get targeted here on the side of Apex Mission Impossible.
That's hilarious because we set up all of this around being like Maokai jungle, and they're still thinking like, Lorem can play Maokai, guys. Maokai is still like relatively strong, and as long as there is some tanks, I think it's very real that we could see that. You already know that Decoy is more than likely going to be picking up a bruiser, someone that's going to be along the lines of a Scion, and it feels like they are very tuned in that this is a top lane Maokai. If you're Mirage, I think at this point, you're probably more than comfortable with just flexing it to jungle and picking up a random blind pick tank for a Lorem.
They did ban away the Nico. You always think of that as being a mid lane ban, but actually Alarm can play that in the top side of the map as well. The Gwen taken away from Decoy. He's been targeted a bit in the pick ban so far. Pockets' Heimerdinger going to deny that poke lane for Apex Mission Impossible, as we'll see what Baz wants to pick up here on 4.
I would want to see, wow. I would want to see a Enchanter. We've been seeing a lot of Lulu being picked up with Varus. It, I think, would help with being able to actually keep your carries alive. If not, Nautilus is still alive, and that is something that has always been kind of pick of the litter. Giving counter pick here to Pockets. He is the coach, so I think it's very funny that he's decided to give himself R5. He's like, guys,
how generous, yeah.
I need the perfect draft here. Decoy, you're going to be on Gragas duty like 3 out of 3 games today. Good luck.
That makes a lot of sense. I feel like Decoy, if he's not on the Cassante, definitely prioritizes being on the weak side, allowing for the rest of his team to really carry for the duration of this game. We see some heavy junglers getting picked up, and wow, Chad gonna show Reg what's up. That Rengar getting locked in.
Okay, this is a fun matchup. I'm glad that Chad is not only playing his own Rengar, but it's up against Reg. This is going to be a treat. No one should be as familiar with Rengar as Reg himself, so these two are going to be very intimately acquainted with how each of them should be looking to play the jungle. I think this is going to be one of our funnest jungle matchups of the day. No one else are playing this kind of stuff. And now we have the Dardoch Blitzcrank, which should be a lot of fun. This does mean that Apex Mission Impossible should be looking less from an Enchanter and more for Engage. Nautilus is still good, like we were just talking about, making sure that you can stay there. I also like the Braum. It makes it very difficult for Mirage Alliance to actually, put down damage either from Neo or getting the Nature's Grasp with Alorum. We've got our compositions now here finished, Grapes. Honestly, I want to just get into game. I know we have the 3-minute delay, but I want to see Chad on Rengar either absolutely run this game or have a pretty tough time after level 6 thanks to Kindred Ultimate.
I mean, you mentioned at the beginning of the second phase of this draft that you wanted to see some extra engage out of Apex Mission Impossible, and they didn't necessarily do that super well with their 4-5. Gragas can be an engage, but typically you would want him to be more of a secondary threat, and with pockets as well. That Winter's Bite is kind of the biggest engage that you have. You're now looking specifically for flanks on Apex Mission Impossible side, or counter engage from what Mirage Alliance are going to be throwing out from them, and so that is where I have my eyes on who's going to be the ones to start these team fights for either of these teams.
Chad, Sudsy walking together into Fog of War. Sudsy gives him the ball, and you just throw the kitty cat at him. You just, like a feral cat, just and
it's like an Air Bud.
Yeah, exactly. Kill. just try to get all of them, and it's going to have to be Apex Mission Impossible surviving the first punch. Can you live past a Blitzcrank hook versus Maokai, rooting you and then stunning you and knocking you up? Can you live past Rengar jumping out of a brush and instantly one-tapping your AD carry? For me, probably not, because that champion is broken. But that is going to be their 1-2 punch when we're looking at Mirage Alliance. On the opposite side for Apex Mission Impossible, if they can survive, as long as the team fight goes long, I do favor this team to be actually able to win. A lot of the damage on the opposite side is predicated on being first to the punch, being first to find a pick, making sure that their CC is not in alignment. Like you said, they don't have a lot of point-and-click CC that's available to them. You're mostly going to be waiting for team fights or maybe an anti-stun. So if Apex Mission Impossible can control vision, make sure that the enemy is walking into them without knowing where Annie is, then I think Ariandel should have a pretty perfect game to just, go ahead, drop Tibbers, and put down a ton of damage.
Yeah, mid lane's going to be an interesting one here. Ariandel and Sudsy have both been playing in this Tier 3 ecosystem for quite a while now. Ariandel, CLOL champion, but on top of everything, but has been on teams like Supernova in the past and is really trying to continue that next step going forward here with Apex. And Sudsy as well kind of has taken an interesting road as well. Back in 2021 on Revival, that was a team that actually ended up doing pretty well, but then stepped away for a bit before returning with Tony Top in the spring split, really once again cementing himself as a top mid laner. And so kind of some interesting stories. Both have taken different journeys, but they're matching up right now here in the quarterfinals. An Orianna versus Annie matchup, which is a pretty traditional one. If I had to say.
I would also say that Sudsy has, I think, overall ended up on the stronger teams. If you look at their pedigree, you look at their results in tournaments, that Sudsy has just been able to go a lot further in some of these tournaments than maybe Ariandel has in the past. But this Apex Mission Impossible team feels like it's got a little bit of magic in it. We came in, we saw this team, we're like, okay, probably should make it to groups, but much further than that, I don't think that we're going to be seeing them. And they have been able to upset. They've been able to constantly provide really good games when they're showing up. And obviously, they are not expected to win today, but they also weren't, I think, expected to win up against Miracle. And they did, right? They're one of the few teams that were able actually to bring them down, to push them out of the groups and into elimination. So anything's possible. If Mirage Alliance don't wake up, that's one game down. And at that point, what's one more game?
Yeah, exactly. This is a team that has been kind of labeled as gatekeepers, I would say, so far. These players kind of specifically in the roster that they've put up. Everyone's thinking, oh yeah, they'll make groups. I don't know if they're going to go any further than that, as you kind of said. But now, they did beat Miracle, and they're up in a pretty interesting matchup against Mirage Alliance. And what better way to prove that you're better than just being around the middle of the pack if you could take either a game or even the whole damn series off of our presumed #1 seed. We're really excited to get into game, but before we do so, have to let you know that the NACL qualifiers are brought to you by Turo, the world's largest car sharing marketplace, where you can book any car you want for just about any occasion. Forget boring rental cars at Turo.com, Turo.com. And also, if you are watching us right now on LCS_challenges, reminder, we're approaching that 1 month mark. If you're still financially able and ready to support NA talent, make sure to resubscribe when you get the chance and all that revenue sharing going to come in.
We're shilling for the subs?
We're on the channel.
Oh,
NA
true.
talent is NA
Okay.
talent. Man.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. It is revenue sharing for the challengers teams, so they will be seeing at least a little bit of that sub money. I don't know what percentage, especially when we have like, I think Challengers League is up to almost like 700 at this point.
Yeah.
So,
And hey, some of them might be going away soon because that month mark is approaching. Just saying. And hey, for a team like Mirage Alliance, they might be in the NACL for next split if all goes according to their plans. And so for them, obviously on this stream as well, maybe a quick preview of what you're expecting in 2024.
that's insane. Like literally the fact that I have to wrap my head around doing a promotion tournament with Mirage Alliance and I just see this team up, I already know Twitch chat's gonna be crazy that day. Like literally they're gonna see this roster for the first time and they're gonna go, huh? Why is this roster a thing? I already know everyone's gonna say they have LCS players, they're cheating, blah blah blah. Like, hey man, this is literally the path to pro. It's open qualification system. Anybody can be in here, barring the selection committee for some reason not liking you. So
Hey, if you have high enough solo queue, you can bypass the
yeah,
committee at
exactly.
least
You
to
can
some extent.
bypass the frauds on the selection committee and you go straight into the tournament.
Yeah, and that's what both of these teams did. I don't think there was any doubts about them being in the
for
event.
sure.
They're at the top half and now the top 8 as we've gotten started here. I'm very interested, Dimitri, to look at the jungle clearing of this early game because Chad and Reggie, they are definitely playing carries. And so if they can get any edge that they can, of course the Kindred mark is going to play a significant role to start this one off.
For sure. I had to do a small bit of Kindred learning for the boys on Challengers League because they didn't understand when Kindred marks spawn or how they spawn. So they were just expecting them after the first scuttle to just constantly spawn on enemy camps. That's not how this champion works. The first 3 camps, or the first 3 stacks of your Kindred marks are going to always be either on scuttle priority, and then it moves on to your own camps. Afterwards, it moves to enemy camps, and I think after 10, I think it's about 8 to 10, you start spawning it on the Elder objective, so you get Dragon, Rift Herald / Baron, and that's the only way that you're going to get stacks after that. But honestly, that's kind of fair, because this champion does get a bit ridiculous after like 6 or so marks.
And that's going to be one of the more important things that we watch. Not just the gold lead, now we have to also look at the Kindred stacks and where those marks do end up spawning and where Reg wants to put the marks on the enemy champions as well, because you get the kills onto some of them. You also get a stack. We're nearing that first spawn as both junglers are on the bottom side of the map. The mark is spawned in the bottom scuttle, but Reg's not going to go for it. They're going to let Chad take this one for the first time.
It's really hard as Kindred in the early game to be able to deal with Chad if it is on the top side of this brush, right? Because if you step into River, unless you're not fighting around the pixel dot brush, which is where Rengar would want to, I think it's very difficult. And you look at where the lanes are, his bottom side has priority. It's very difficult for Edge to actually walk in the river. So I like how much respect he is showing. It does mean that he will be down a few camps, but thankfully, Riot nerfed the first couple of scuttles to make sure that people would not int the game and try to throw down and say, I need this first scuttle or my game is over.
Yeah, we're pretty familiar about that in NA, and it looks like instead of that, it'll be Reg trying to impact the top side of the map as Decoy trying to shove this wave in, chunking Alarm out just a tad. But for Reg, it's not going to be too bad for him. Can go right back to his secondary camp spawning for the second time and continue that farming journey for himself.
All right, so let's get into, because we're not probably going to have a lot of action for a little bit, although Chad is walking towards the top side. Decoy's got to be careful here. Doesn't have E anymore.
Yeah, there's a twisted advance. Bramble Smash does go the wrong way, but Chad has bushes to work with. Lands the root onto Decoy. Has to flash away. No healing just yet. The body slam out, but Alarm will follow with first blood. Reg trying to rejoin. Get a little bit back on to somebody here. The Dance of Arrows going very aggressively forward. Knows that Alarm has no mana, and so if he just stays away from the brushes, should be okay. Chad gets a big chunk of damage back onto Reg, but he does his job. Prevents the wave from going over. Chad flashes forward. The Bola strike slowed him down, but was not in range for that final Q.
I was so worried because the start of that play had Chad throwing out the bola and it missed, and I was like, oh god. And then he gets back in the bush, jumps again. This is one of the tougher matchups for Gragas to deal with. It is all on, can he use his body slam to stop Chad midair, and you can't stop Alorum from getting on top of you with his W, so it's so difficult. You're really just trying to farm. Ariandel using the Tibbers to simply just proc a bunch of damage and to try to trade with Sudsy. It also helps with being able to actually push out your lane very early on. But a first blood going over to the side of Mirage Alliance, that is assist gold going into Chad, who already has a minute lead, and you do not need to be seeing him with extra bone 2 stacks. Those are just small incremental wins for the side of Mirage Alliance.
Yeah, already getting onto the board early on. Onto Decoy, so, you know, if he is up 10 CS and Alorum is not necessarily somebody who's going to carry the game for Mirage Alliance. If the gold was into the Aphelios or the Orianna, maybe a little bit more doomer. But for now, looks like things going okay for Apex Mission Impossible, all things considered. You see that Reg, even on that turn, almost able to, win out on a 1v2. So continuing to get stronger, continuing to snowball. The gold, though, definitely in Mirage Alliance's favor early on.
So I did want to try to set up how these two teams are going to want to be playing the map early on, but we obviously got some pretty fun first blood action. Sudsy walking into the river. As you can see right now, like Mirage Alliance just have full court press.
There's a shockwave, it goes right into the last couple. Reg isn't able to utilize it just yet. Chad jumps forward and picks up the second kill of the game. Now Pocket's getting rooted up by the Bolas. Ariandel trying to backfire. The Tibbers is on cooldown. And so no big bear in this 2v4. Will just be the one kill onto Reg by the hands of Chad.
I love how with so much certainty Mirage Alliance are moving. They know that they can move straight into the river and that's the play they need to be going for. That suddenly, oh, Reg is out of position. We need to be making this move. Dardoch was already leaving the lane. You saw that Chad was moving down towards bot side. And now he has level 6. This is such a dangerous champion to be behind if you are AMI, because now you're sitting here as the Kindred. You don't necessarily have your Trinity Force ready to go. Chad is already going to be looking with his ultimate, either going topside or looking to invade into your jungle after this. And even you have priority coming in from your bottom lane. Like we were saying, Dardoch was already on the move. You had Sudsy from mid lane walking in a little bit later, and Annie obviously moved in, but it seems like AMI were not exactly ready for that first punch. They were not ready to go in and start fighting. Pocket's jumping over a little too late to not save Reg from the hook, and the fight just goes completely wayward. It's a 1,500 gold lead here for Mirage, and it's going to feel a lot worse now that Chad is getting more and more items, getting a lot more AD because of his passive.
Oh, Sudsy might have walked a little bit too far forward here. The Tibbers comes out from Ariandel. Sudsy still running. Dardoch here to peel. And the mid laner for Mirage Alliance will survive. Would have been a really nice opportunity for Apex to get some gold on the board. But yeah, this jungle matchup, we said, going to be the most important. Right now, Chad is definitely winning.
Small victory here for AMI by moving everybody into mid lane. Can they find this kill on the Sudsy?
Oh, the snipe with the W, the empowered piercing arrow. Yeah, that's the first kill. You're going to take that.
Yeah, exactly. And it also means that during this time, Decoy, he dropped this entire wave. So this wave is now under his turret to try to secure the Rift Herald early on for Reg. That'll be the first one going over to them. And Chad was clearing out his entire topside, but he knows now. He can go for the invade. He knows you guys just use most of your abilities, so it's going to be cutting Reg out of the rest of the bottom side camps. He has to go for something on top side. He has to try to see if maybe Alorum will overextend under the turret. If Decoy can land the ultimate, they are fighting up there.
Mirage Alliance, Alorum might be in a bit of trouble. Reg handing in a ton of arrows. Lots of damage coming out from the Kindred. That will be an easy kill for Apex Mission Impossible. I don't know if they would want to use this Rift Herald on the top side, as it is just to tank Gragas, but definitely a good advantage sent towards Decoy.
Still got 3 minutes before the Dragon. I just don't think that's going to be the play. It also allows now for Chad to pick up this wave, and now that he is showing, they should know his bottom sides is open right now. So at least both teams are now playing around this Kindred mark. You see, as soon as they push in the way from Neo and Dardoch, as soon as they have a timer, they're moving into the bottom side river. They're putting down vision to try to stop AMI from crossing this. Because you see that big red mark over the Raptors.
Yeah.
Reg is going to be pathing towards that in a bit.
We'll see if him or Chad can get there first. Reg clearing out some of his earlier camps before, sending pings down towards those Raptors. Mirage Alliance, they can see that mark too. So Sudsy definitely aware that that is something that Apex are going to want to go for. A nicely placed ward on the bottom side jungle as well. Going to spot out the Kindred. Make sure that Chad will be able to get there in time.
Wow. So for right now, Mirage Alliance just using. Honestly, this feels weird because this bottom lane should have a lot more access. You see, Neo is full HP. That is not a good position to be in if you're an AMI and you're looking from the bot lane position, because you're supposed to be playing this poke. You're down 20 CS. They have a plate over you on the bottom side. This is not at all how this is supposed to be going, especially when we're talking about how much Neo and Dardark are moving out of lane. This should be an advantage for AMI to try to play around. They should be trying to focus HP trades over Neo. And I love how greedy Neo is trying to be. He's trying to sit in fog, trying to see if AMI will back, take one more wave, and then push him off of the turret. But just nothing is really landing. Finally, we at least see some damage
we got one
here.
arrow.
We got one, but that's the only one we've seen. And I mean, Neo is just farming away with 0 contests. This is one of the problems with the Braum, is you don't have someone that can play that aggressive, that can take advantage of the fact that you're getting low HP on the Aphelios. It has to be, did we land Linter's Bite? Yes? Okay, cool, we can trade. If not, then we're waiting, or I'm basically just playing more of a defensive role versus the Blitzcrank.
Yeah, and I think the selection of the Braum kind of signaled to us and to people on Apex Mission Impossible that that bot lane was probably going to just try to play a little bit more safe, and it comes down to not just the champions that are on the Rift, but also the players that are controlling them. Obviously, it's Baz, a rookie, playing his first ever split of competitive versus Neo, who has had years on the LCS stage. Obviously, you would favor one over the other, and it looks like that is what's happening right now. The only thing we can hope for is that Baz will be impactful enough in these fights to be able to match Neo's damage, as already has a Duskblade, is going for the lethality build, which is something that we saw yesterday a little bit, but has not been the traditional meta orientation.
Especially with how the patch has been going, everybody is just now discovering that AP Varus works. Hint everybody, this champion is the exact same as it was like 4 months ago. This is just... The AP has been in the game for as long as Danny was playing in Amateur. When we saw him in Proving Grounds, he's actually one of the first 80 carries to pull out AP Varus, and one shot an entire tank. He did 6,000 damage with a single blighting arrow. It is very funny. We've got Riftchild now being spawned in. They're using this as a small cheat code, saying we are going to take this. With Sudsy's back, I was a little bit worried because now AMI should be able to get control of mid. I think Decoy should have been able to slide over a lot quicker, so they can actually get this under the turret. This is going to get a little bit of damage, and most of this gold is going to be going to Decoy.
Fight bot side.
Okay, we've got a fight. I don't know if they're actually going to go for it. Chad has not popped the ultimate quite yet.
Mirage Alliance are trying to chase him down here. It looks like they will end up getting away here. The throw of the hunt was popped by Chad, and that is AMI signal to say, yeah, I'm not going to go for that. I'm going to just run away. And so another wave getting shoved onto the bottom side here. Just the dragon for Apex, as well as a plate onto Decoy.
That's good. That is something that they can try to contest later on. They're stopping some of the Dragon Soul stacking from the side of Mirage, and it is going to be a Mountain Soul. So both of these teams having access to triple Mountain Drake is very, very potent. The ability to grab 3 of those and then have the Soul on top of it, that's pretty OP in my mind. Decoy's got to be careful. He's just tanking turret this entire time.
Yeah, another turret shot takes him low. He's going to flash forward, and Lorem looking to try and take him down. That's the most exciting tank matchup gameplay that you're going to get here at this level of play. Maybe trapping one under the tower. So Decoy's going to have to go for a reset here.
So Mirage Alliance are just playing this early game about as well as I think you could. Obviously, taking a dragon and losing the Rift Herald is probably not on the list of objectives there, but like top is winning because Decoy's wave management is not great, and Alorum is abusing that. He's getting extra gold. He's able to push under the turret, and right there, Decoy gets a bit greedy, and that's actually how we saw the first death, is Decoy not respecting that Chad could come topside. And then we see from the bottom lane, Neo is just fully taking advantage of Baz at this point. Got the first turret for themselves, funneling gold into this Aphelios, which is what we expect. But 40 CS up as well from a player who's also moving a ton into the river and providing a lot of cover. We saw that in play from mid lane. It feels like AMI are not are kind of showing some of the flaws in their gameplay. And Mirage Alliance, they're taking no prisoners. They're like, okay, cool, you're going to make a mistake? Well, guess what? We're just going to get punished 2x harder.
Everybody around this second Rift Herald, so talking about
fighting
movement,
for blue
Neo
buff,
and
guys.
Dardoch definitely doing that right now. It's going to be an all-out brawl at this secondary objective. Alarm does not have the Nature's Grasp, no flash either. Use that on that attempt towards Decoy, so engage is limited for Mirage. They're looking for a hook out of Dardoch to start a fight. Rift Herald at about half HP. Baz in mid lane, clearing out some waves right now. Who's going to pull the trigger? How will Mirage Alliance try to get in? Baz instead still pushing on the tier 1. The Rift Herald going to be secured by Apex Mission Impossible, as Mirage Alliance were not in a position to try and contest.
That right there, that is some of the repercussions of that top lane fight that you were mentioning. It was the, hey, we don't have flash and we didn't necessarily have the ultimate ready.
Man,
Actually making a play onto Sudsy.
Shockwave lands onto 2. Sudsy now has to be very careful as Pockets almost goes down as well. It will be the tier 1 tower going down. A nice movement there by Apex. The only problem is that Neo's still pushing, gets another tower for himself in the top lane. Chad pops the ulti onto Ariandel. Nice usage of the Lamb's Respite. Nature's Grasp lands onto just Reg. And with the piercing arrows coming out from Sudsy, the Chain of Corruption nearly taking the Orianna down. AMI, they want the fight. They want the smoke, and they take Chad down. Teleport coming in from Decoy to make sure that Mirage Alliance cannot retaliate, as now Neo will throw out the Moonlight Vigil. It does not hit anybody. He has red and white guns, but not going for a 1v4. Mirage Alliance, they falter once again. Apex are really making this a game.
That was, I mean, first of all, it started with Sudsy there, almost winning a 1v2, a 1v4, and getting 2 kills. He got very close to killing out onto Ariandel and Paucus, but then the turn from Chad, I mean, none of your damage dealers are there. Neo is not in a position to deal damage. Sudsy is not there. So you're going in with Chad and then like a Blitzcrank maybe. So the positioning there, I think, was just too aggressive. And that was great timing from Reg. Calls down the Respite, is able to live. You have Baz, who in that team fight, I think, put down excellent damage, not only onto Orianna, but onto this Rengar. And we got to see some of the good strengths coming out from Apex Mission Impossible, where they're able to kind of punish Mirage Alliance for being greedy. And that is sometimes what happens with this team. Mirage Alliance are definitely a team who, if they think they're better than you, they're going to style on you. They're going to be able to try to make these plays. And now corralling them.
Yeah, Ariandel waiting for the tippers to come out and lands onto 2 on the front side. Shockwave is not used just yet, and now Dardoch will go down. Chad, he does follow.
This is a win!
Apex are winning this fight. Neo has to flash away. Reg will follow with his own summoner, and the concussive blows will take Neo down. It is 4. Make it 5 soon if Sudsy cannot escape. Apex Mission Impossible with a huge fight.
And it was an early game that went awry for Apex Mission Impossible, but now it is a continued team fight wins here for them. An ace for Reg. That just feels perfect for this team as they finally take the gold lead, and they're going to start up this dragon for themselves. So now 5 marks on this Kindred, level 11, ready to rock, 3-1. We're seeing huge players step up here. Not only Reg, but Baz now as well. Someone who is a new face to competitive here in the Challengers Qualifier system, and is showing up against Neo and the rest of Mirage Alliance.
I mean, that just was Mirage Alliance not checking their flanks. Ariandel ran into the enemy team from the other side of the fight, was basically face tanking for a few seconds, and was still able to get the tibbers down and start that engage. They have to be a little bit more careful next time around. Mirage Alliance, they cannot just, face tank and decide that they're going to hands check every time. This is a legit team. We're in the quarterfinals now, and Apex really on a hot streak so far in this event.
This is what, we were talking about from draft, where it is, if you're not paying attention, if you're not marking Annie or this Kindred, they will take advantage of you in the fight. They need to be the first ones to go, because Baz, all of his damage is, can I get my Blight procs, which is going to be Hail of Blades or landing the ultimate. After that, it gets significantly harder for Varus to find that much poke. And it's very difficult to actually deal with that as Sudsy. This champion outranges you. It's actually, back in the day, Varus mid was played up against the likes of Orianna because you could outrange her and you could try to deal with her, but that was a long time ago. And Decoy, you're caught out, bud. You cannot get out. You're in no man's land. They're going to summon up the next Rift Herald here to try to take control of mid entirely. Still have 3 minutes before the drag, but finding that pick on a decoy is going to alleviate some of the pressure, but allows for AMI to take control of the mid lane.
Yeah, it's tier 2 going down. I did think it was funny that Baz had a 300 gold shutdown, and you look at the gold, and Neo's still up about 2k. So now Neo gets another kill. He has a shutdown as well. Still going to be the more impactful marksman, but if Baz can find these one-shots, find this extra range, will be big. We see that right now as Dardoch has to flash away from the Tibbers of Ariandel. Chain of Corruption playing a factor there as well. Now Baron is on the table. If AMI can play around these picks, they might have an objective ready to take.
They're looking for it. They're trying to jump over this wall, but they don't have complete vision. They don't have 100% information as to what could happen here. Decoy could teleport in, but he doesn't have the ultimate. So they're just using this Tibbers to try to go for some face checks. Mirage Alliance, the one thing I will say about them right now is that they are, I think, overgrouping. They are recognizing that they don't have a ton of damage right now, so they are trying to brute force kills, and that's why we saw 3 of them trying to get that kill onto Decoy, because they maybe don't recognize how much damage they have, or they just respect AMI just a little too much in how much they could actually get away. They were trying to hunt down a tank, so I understand some of the hesitancy. But it is when we see Mirage Alliance act without fear, act with their ability to play the game how they want, that we do see them be so dominant. But here now, they're on the back foot. They do have to take a little bit of a, say realignment and say, okay, what are our priorities? How are we going to actually try to play this team fight? And if we want to go the cope route, Mirage have spoken in interviews time and time again about how none of them are used to this early start time. They always try to, they're never awake for the first game, so if they troll, it's completely normal. But Apex are not playing around. They don't care that you're trolling first game, because they need 2 games, and if you get a freebie, then it's on you. It's on you to be able to pull out the upset. We have a fight on top side here.
Ariandel
Chad trying to go in.
Singled out here by Alorm. Chad going to jump in with the thrill of the hunt, but a nice body slam and a cast out. Decoy will stall the fight out. Ariandel will survive. Here come the reinforcements on Apex Mission Impossible. The ulti out of pockets is big. Dardoch will go down once more. A 4v5 on the map for the next 30 seconds, and AMI have their eyes towards Baron.
During all of this time, this should have been Mirage Alliance hitting the turrets. Neo moved over thinking he was going to join that fight, but just came out way too late. And Alarm, why are we stepping up here? We're trying to just get the teleport out from Sudsy. This is a huge win for Apex Mission Impossible. Finally, Neo, he's the only one that's staying resolute. He's like, okay, guys, we're trolling way too much. We need to just take a turret here. You see the teleport actually coming in from Ariandel. They're going hunting. They're looking for Aphelios.
On the wrong side of the map for sure, but does have the Severin and the Crescendum. Very scary stuff if you are
Is he going to take 2?
Neo, but he's just going to run straight down, take the tier 2 turret, and it might be a one-way trip. He throws the Moonlight Vigil out, and the Guild Force forward almost one-shots Baz. But a big shutdown onto the Varus. Apex Mission Impossible once again with the numbers advantage.
Neo says, if no one else is going to do it, I will. I will do what is needed for this team. And he actually stops a potential Baron play there from Apex that we were setting up. Dragon now spawning in 10. This should be their Dragon to take. We can already see, I don't think Mirage Alliance are going to give this one easily. Neo is not available for another 10 seconds. If he is part of their gold lead, such a massive part of it, he's the only one with a significant amount over their counterpart. Where on the opposite side, it's AMI, who, I mean, across the board are either even or ahead. And so, right now, without Neo, Neo grabs 2 solo turrets for himself, puts them at 4 and 2 in terms of the turret count, but they're spread out, and a lot of it is around the bot lane. This should have been giving Mirage Alliance the ability to contest, but because he falls and because of some earlier plays, Mirage Alliance are faltering here. Are our predictions fraudulent, Grapes?
I know. This is the only matchup that we all had the same prediction, and all of our predictions said Mirage Alliance. I know you were hesitant about calling it a 2-0 or a 2-1, partly because of the the waking up hours from Mirage Alliance that they have alluded to. And hey, maybe you will be correct on that, because that would be following the script. We still are even in gold, though, and that is an important thing to say. The Soul Dragon spawning in about 4 minutes and 25 seconds, and that's probably where Mirage Alliance are going to be have to force their hand. They're going to have to make a move and see if they are really ahead enough, especially on Neo's side, to come out with a win.
Yeah, we weren't needed to give scores, but I definitely put scores, and I only have 2 series going to 3, and I had said that it was this game, and it was the Cheese Chasers game. I expect our other games to kind of take care of business. And if you want to go watch some other games while at the same time that we have this one, over on Rally Cry 2, we have Winthrop versus CCG going on. That is with Ravish and Summer. So make sure you have the multi-twitch up and you're checking in, because at least this game is delivering. I haven't tapped in on the other one. Maybe Winthrop is also faltering.
Mirage, they want to go for a fight. A huge flank out of Chad. The Nature's Grasp blocking up 2, but nobody goes down. Nobody's picked, and everyone is hit by the shockwave out of Sudsy. The Lamb's Respite comes out. All 5 are strong for Mirage as a heal comes through. Piercing arrows doing a lot of damage, but Decoy will go down. It's double kill for Neo, has the Infernum, and is bursting Apex down. A triple kill for the Aphelios, and Mirage Alliance win the fight.
They finally have a fight around Neo, and he's able to deliver. Gets a triple kill for his team. But look who is still alive. Baz, full HP, ready to go. Reg coming out of the spawn, and he's going to be making his way over to this objective. There's a very real possibility that Baz is able to find something with an arrow. Possibly he's just going to be a kill onto Dardoch. Guma
goes. Oh god! Out, will burst the Lorem out, and the E not in time. Your Turo Baron buff belongs to Mirage Alliance as they have taken control of this game off of that win.
Wow, Sudsy with a great ultimate to set up Neo for success in Infernum Moonlight Vigil. What a massive play coming out from them. And the Kindred ult, unfortunately, not able to come out in time and save multiple members. I thought that was a really good placement there from Reg, where he had it just on the edge where Mirage Alliance couldn't necessarily move over. And so they were at range of being executed. But unfortunately, not able to save enough members, and too much CC coming out from the side of Mirage Alliance. So good fight from them. It brings them back in this game, and it is some of that tenacity to show, hey, we have our shot callers. In the early game, it is Chad. They are trusting him. If they want to go for invades, they are going to be following. But now they need to be leaning on some of that veterancy. You've been in this position before. You've been in games where you've been down with a composition that isn't necessarily super meta even across the years. It does call into question, like, how much do you actually have to change? You have Neo on Aphelios. Trust in the call, trust in his ability to win you these team fights.
Yeah, Mirage Alliance playing around Neo right now. They're headed up to the top lane tier 2. It's for the start of their Baron push. Sudsy's in the mid lane, taking down mid lane tower as we speak. And now going to be a slow, concerted effort to burn out these structures. Inhibitor, at the very least, would be a win for Mirage Alliance if they're able to take one out.
Gonna be seeing some resets. Remember, without Neo here, that is their win condition. And now for AMI, they always have threat over a Dragon Soul. Mirage Alliance, they need to be focusing. They use that time. They use the 10 minutes between the 2 dragons being taken to scale up. They had some losses, yes, but now they've picked up some more items. Neo is at 4 items and nearly 90, almost 100 at this point, over Baz, going for the Flame Horizon, which is absolutely insane. It just means that come 33, 34 minutes, he's going to be at 5 items. Baz is going to be at maybe 3.5.
I mean, that's just absurd. Like, the fact that Baz is 5-0 and is this far behind just goes to show how solid Neo has been this entire game, this entire split, if we're being honest. And you can see right now, the Baron buff in hand for another 30 seconds. Neo's just going to push in onto the inhibitor towers. A bit of a base race setting up for itself. AMI have 5 stack in the mid lane tier 3 turret. They're going to take it down. How willing are Mirage Alliance to go for this trade? They're sending Chad up alongside Neo to try and take down these structures. The inhibitor in the bottom lane will go down. Calibrum is up, as well as the Crescendum. This could be a really big end for Mirage Alliance. They need to get back to base. The game will conclude. Decoy coming in to try and teleport, but the first Nexus tower has already gone down. The cast to try to push the wave away. It looks like for now, Apex have saved the game. They have lost 1 Nexus tower in exchange for a trade of inhibitors. The Dragon is up, and Mirage Alliance will control that area, and they will get their second Drake of the game.
What an insane gambit coming out from them. They just straight up said, we're going to win this. Like, we need to throw it down. We need to see what we can do, get spicy with it. They force for an inhibitor. And while it is a trade, it being on the bottom side is not friendly for the side of Apex Mission Impossible. They lose the Dragon. They're going to lose out on a Nexus turret here. And now you're going to have to always deal with bottom side inhibitor putting in minions, and someone's going to have to attend. And really no one on the side of AMI actually deals with minion waves particularly well. Baz can kind of go for an execute sometimes with his arrow. Reg is gonna be the one that clears it the fastest, but whoever has teleport now, you've used Decoy and Ariandel. We have Baron spawning in 2 minutes. By the time this inhibitor respawns, you're gonna have another wave and a half maybe of super minis just pouring into your base. This is not a good spot to be in if you're AMI. For Mirage Alliance now, the game plays itself. You should be able to win these fights. You know that they're always gonna be at a numbers disadvantage as of right now if you try to pull for one. And you can just start to creep vision in and look to try to secure the Baron.
Yeah, spawning in a minute 37, and you always have to be wary now if you are Apex about that bottom wave. And now Decoy might get caught out here in his own jungle, throws the cask out and flashes away, but Chad still has a ton of rushes to play with. Pockets lands on the ulti, Neo with a huge Infernum ulti, and the Lamb's Wrath are going to save the life of Decoy for now. He gets hooked back in and taken down, watches the Tibbers out from Ariandel as he takes down Chad. Shockwave lands on the Baz. He is very vulnerable in this state. But it is just a 1-for-1. The jungler from Mirage Alliance is down for the next 40 seconds with the Baron spawning in a minute.
He should be able to get over there in time. Reg now about to hit level 16. Oh my god, Neo's done it. Neo's hit the legendary Flame Horizon. What an insane moment here. What a great game one we've got from both of these teams.
Yeah.
That's a hook.
Onto Reg, that's not a good sign. He does not have the ulti. Shut down onto Neo. Baz now below 500 HP. The Lorm's gonna flash forward, force the stopwatch out with the tower gone. A very vulnerable AD carry. The inhibitor now exposed. Piercing arrows coming out, but Neo is just healing right back to full. And now Mirage Alliance in a firm control of this game. They get their second inhibitor of this first map.
They're gonna keep going. Decoy has flash, or he doesn't have flash, but he still has body slam. He can use his ultimate as well. I think they're gonna look for it.
Who's the target? Sudsy not in range. On the flank, Dardoch throws out the hook, not going to connect. Baron is up, and so here comes Chad over to the pit, and the Mirage Alliance will retreat back to it.
Okay, I was going to say, if they actually find a pick there, they could potentially even stop them from going for this Baron, depending on who they find. They end up backing up, it's going to be the Baron. You have Dragon spawning in 2.5 minutes as well. It should be another objective going over to the side of Mirage Alliance. And now the gold is going to continue to expand for them more and more. The Turbo Baron buff going over AMI. They just don't have a lot of tools right now. Like, Ariandel needs to be able to put out more damage. We talked about how burst reliant Baz is going to be with these blight stacks. Honestly, my eyes are on Reg. Like, Reg is so low range, and he has to walk into an Orianna and a very, very fed Neo, who now 5 items deep has Guardian Angel as well. So not only do you have to fight through Guardian Angel Aphelios, you also have to fight through potentially shielded Aphelios. And him having, you know, if he's going to be fighting you, maybe it's pretty close and you have to call down the Lamb's Respite. It is not an easy fight for AMI. And there should be Mirage Alliance looking to close this first game out.
They're going to have Baroned up super minions in both side lanes if they just send players to those areas. And this third inhibitor certainly under threat right now. Apex likely going to have to try and find a fight before that structure ends up going down. 3 inhibitors, effectively a death sentence, especially with how powerful Neo is right now on this Aphelios. You see how much effort Apex is putting to clear this mid-wave out.
Such a tough time, man. Like, what do you do? If Neo wasn't in this game, like if it wasn't Neo and he wasn't 100 up, this game would be a lot more even. But he is one of the sole reasons they have such a huge gold lead at this point. They're going to take down this bottom lane inhibitor. We talked about some of the defensive nature of this bottom lane, but without something like a Nautilus or a Rakan, it is very difficult for them to find and engage. It is on Ariandel, it is on Decoy to get the game, get the fight going for AMI.
Wow, they're going to give up the third inhibitor. Here they go, another fight coming out. Ariandel, watch him. Hook lands onto Decoy. Lorm will go down first. Moonlight Vigil lands onto 2.
That's good.
The Infernum, not enough. That is a win for Apex.
But Dragon is spawning in 10 seconds, and they are missing some crucial ultimates here. Baz will have his Chain of Corruption coming up soon. And with triple inhibitors, it's just so difficult. Like, how do you actually leave your base? So the Mountain Soul is going to yet again be contested. Mirage Alliance are going to put themselves at Soul Point. We're going to a 7th Dragon. Now, all they need to do is farm. It is up to Mirage Alliance to be able to close out this game with Baron buff still available to them. They still have about a wave left before they can do this, and I love what AMI are doing. They're going mid to cut the wave high, make sure that not all the waves are going to be crashing at the same time. This should be a massive influx of gold and experience going over to Apex Mission Impossible.
They're trying to push Dardoch away. Neo still has a G. I think it's just so scary to try to take down Neo. They're looking to lock down Pockets here with the Gravitum. Goes Golden, teleport in. Alorum looking to re-engage. Ariandel gets hit up by Chad's ulti, and Alorum goes forward with a Twisted Advance. Reg still full HP, has the ulti. It will be a tough fight for Mirage Alliance, but it is certainly one that they will be advantaged in. Ariandel has the ulti, will need to issue it onto a crucial carry for this fight to be even close. Nature's Wrath comes out. Here comes the knockup onto Neo. They are going to almost take the Aphelios down. They proc the GA, but Reg, who has the ulti out. Tibbers will take down Dardoch. Neo has respawned. Neo will go down. Apex are not going down just yet. Sudsy will try to lock down Pockets, but it's just Decoy stuck in a 1v3. Pockets and Decoy do not do enough damage that the Nexus will go down. A Mirage Alliance had to fight for it, but they are going to come through strong, take game 1 of the quarterfinals.
We need to get a smug emote for Mirage. Be like, yeah, you guys won game 1? Yeah, of course we won game 1. Just don't watch. Don't watch what happened there. AMI, they kept it competitive for a little bit, but Neo eventually, his gold lead was just too insurmountable. We talked about how much of an early lead he had, and he just kept building on it, and it just became way too much for AMI to deal with. Neo was a absolute boss in this first game, and this is again what we expect from a team of this caliber, to have standout performances like this, to put on your back the rest of the team if maybe it isn't going too well. Everybody just trusting your AD carry. We are still in a bit of an AD carry meta right now because we're on 13-11, and Neo just absolutely shows up.
Yeah, that's one of the signs of a really solid team. The ability to hold strong even if things do not necessarily go your way in the mid game. Apex Mission Impossible looked like they were in a position to potentially upset our number 1 seeds once again, but Neo on the Aphelios, once again, a tremendous game out of him. Was full build by the end of it and definitely made his items count as they took that final fight. We're going to take a short break. When we return, we'll see if Apex can bounce back and make this a 1-1 series.
The LCS Challengers League is brought to you by Turo, the world's largest car sharing marketplace. Find your drive.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LCS Challengers League qualifiers. Game 1 of the quarterfinals just took place, and Mirage Alliance had to fight for a Game 1 victory. It took about 36 minutes over Apex Mission Impossible, but our number 1 seeds are just 1 game away from making it into the semifinals. That top 4 spot, once again, very important for making it to that promotion tournament. And so, at the very least, a win right here would secure them that.
Don't worry, guys. The game was definitely not close. There was no potential worry there that Apex Mission Impossible was going to lose. Mirage Alliance had that in the bag the entire 36 minutes. They just took it a little bit extra long. They just wanted a little bit of a show for us.
They wanted to make sure that everyone was entertained over on the stream, and yeah, they died a couple times. Chad got caught out a little bit, but it's all right. They had Neo to save the day in their back pocket, and he definitely delivered on that Aphelios in game number 1. As going to be a bounce back now for Apex Mission Impossible. They, of course, have been down in series before. They took a 2-1 victory over Miracle, and now they are selecting blue side over Mirage Alliance. So extra priority around that first pick.
Good. I think when we talked to Reg last time, he obviously put a lot of focus versus Miracle about making sure that their drafts were staying up to date. And one of the things that we were talking about yesterday is the fact that all of these top tier all of the top seeded teams that came in, like our Winthrops, our Team Ambitions, the Mirage Alliances of the quarterfinals, they have been waiting a week. They didn't have to play yesterday, so they got to watch both of these teams. And during all of that, it meant that the teams like Apex Mission Impossible, CCG, and the like, they had less than 24 hours to prepare. They knew that they were going up against this team, but they still had to face their third round opponents yesterday in the lower bracket to make it to this point. So not a lot of time to make sure that they have everything. If you're Mirage Alliance, you don't have the most expansive amount of staff, but you do have people that are already you've done the work, and all you had to work was, hey, we have these 2 teams, we watched them yesterday. I don't think there's much of a difference from what we had already lined up. Let's just go with what kind of works for us. And I'm glad that they experimented a little bit, especially in game 1. Knowing Chad, he was like, let's just see what happens. Like, I'm just gonna pick Rengar, and it seems kind of fun. I think Rengar, obviously, it had some good angles there, but we saw how hard it was to actually play team fights later in the game. So don't know if we're gonna be seeing this as the series goes on.
Yeah, I am not sure what the draft, I think, is going to look a little bit different heading into this game. I don't know if Aphelios given over to Neo is necessarily the best idea. Baz played it pretty well in their series against Miracle yesterday, but that champion is just very, very strong. Jungle Pool also could be an interesting thing to discuss. The Kindred and the Rengar, both hotly contested picks for both of these junglers. So maybe we see that again. Maybe we see like a role reversal in a way, but it's hard to tell. And I guess we'll have to figure that out as we get ready to get into the game.
Miracle are not in this tournament anymore. We don't have to worry about role reversals. We do not
That is
have
true.
we don't have to worry about people randomly role swapping. Although I do think it is really cool. More teams should experiment with stuff like that. It is hard to get people like City Witty who are 4 roles challenger.
Hey, maybe if Chad can play support, then they got some.
Well,
some cool
he
Dart
said
options.
he didn't. He said that he wanted to play AD carry. Remember?
Oh, right.
He wanted to
Yeah.
play AD carry because he's like, support's a dog role. I'm not playing that. Jungle's a dog role. He said some other words that we can't use on broadcast, but he really wanted to make Neo his little kitten, as he said. We'll see what happens. I don't think we're going to ever get a game like that, especially because every game does matter. And if it was going to be a game, they probably were going to do it there in their first game. For everybody who's maybe unfamiliar with our format, this is a ton of best of 3s. You will only see a best of 5 once we get to the grand finals. So right now, we're 1 game away from moving on to our second series, getting our interview with someone from Mirage Alliance. And Apex Mission Impossible, they want to put a thorn on that. They want to say, no, we are here to stay. We want to at least try to do something. And we got glimpses of that in that first game.
Yeah, I mean, if we're looking down at like what Apex would even want to improve off of that game in terms of the draft, or in terms of early playstyle, not necessarily too much. You know, Baz played very solidly on the Varus Ariandel. Really great engaged with Miani. Decoy did his job as a tank for the most part, and Reg on the Kindred. So in terms of what we want to see, maybe a little bit more solid engage out of Apex to make sure they're not always on the back foot. But other than that, I did like the champions that they had on the board. So if anything, it's just making sure Mirage doesn't get as much comfort as they did in that first game.
It'll be pretty tough. I think, especially now that you are on blue side, you can just straight up pick Decoy a pretty weak side top lane matchup and leave him on an island. Decoy has been on Gragas duty a lot, so I wonder if that's something that Mirage Alliance are 100% comfortable with. They know that both of their top laners are not really going to be pushing the envelope. Maybe Alorum tries to get spicy and he has a pocket pick ready to go to make Decoy really uncomfortable. That I think would be very interesting and add a little bit more of a different dynamic to this team. We've already talked about how Alorum, he has these different champions. The Nico top that we talked about in game 1, like, yeah, he still has like Urgot. He's one of the few players playing Maokai top lane, so already showing some of that flexibility and making sure that Decoy is, hey, how up to date are you on your knowledge?
We'll see. If you don't remember all the Alorum counter picks, then you are certainly going to be punished for it if the opportunity presents itself. And so let's see if Apex did their prep. The Kindred once again retaining top priority in this draft. They're going to pick it up B1. The Aphelios is still up. The Rengar is still up as well. Those are two picks that did very well for Mirage Alliance. They would not be surprised to see them locked up very early on.
Especially the Aphelios, it gives you so much insurance come late game, come 3-4 items, and we know Neo is going to be farming up a storm, so just give him something that's going to win the game. Taking away the Gragas, I think, is perfect here. It allows for Alorum to have a weak side matchup. We also know that Chad is very, very in love with playing champions that can level 2, level 3 gank. So something like this definitely fits in his wheelhouse and is part of that flex that we were talking about between him and his top laner. But for Apex Mission Impossible, it is a denial. It is a stop at them being able to grab this. And this is a change in the bans. We see that Blitzcrank has hit the table, and there's no Cassante ban this time around. So immediately Apex Mission Impossible is saying, okay, cool. You're not going to pick up Cassante. You're not going to ban Rakan. We're going to grab that for Pockets and Baz. So they have a very, very strong 2v2 in the bottom lane that also allows for Pockets to play a bit more aggressive and link up potentially with Reg later on in the game.
Yeah, Pockets Rakan is certainly a very staple pick for him. Has been around the space for a while, back on AoE, and also a multitude of different teams throughout the last couple of years. And now on this Rakan once again, pairing alongside Reg, as you said, going to be pretty important as the Chad Gragas right now is still a flex pick. Heading to the second phase of bans, Ariandel's Annie actually going to get taken off the board. Sudsy already locking in that Tristana means that he's going to have to ban out some things that can go good into it.
I love that Sudsy calls Ariandel's bluff. He says, you are not going to play a matchup that is actually impactful. And we know that we're on red side, so let's just go for the bans. Get rid of everything that is going to be very difficult. They get the Lissandra and the Annie. Not many things to deal with this Tristana right now. And I love it. I love that Sudsy is calling Ariandel's bluff and saying, I don't think that you're going to be like a real impact in the laning phase, so might as well just play something that's going to stomp lane. And it's also a champion that Sudsy very rarely actually plays, but has pretty good success rate on.
Yeah, I feel like this makes a lot of sense for Sudsy in my head, and does have a lot of competitive experience on it. Do need to see a little bit more magic damage now out of Mirage Alliance. The Gragas is a good start. See what Dardoch and or Alorum want to select here on this 4-5. Each of them get targeted here a little bit. Alorum's Poppy, the Lulu out of Dardoch also taken off the table. And for the side of Apex, they have their soul laners to select. So Ariandel gets a counter pick, and it looks like Decoy will not, as the Thresh is going to come out. This is a classic 2v2 bot lane here for Mirage Alliance.
And very good matchup going into Rakan. Can definitely peel, and anytime that he wants to engage, you can stop him with 2 separate abilities. Feels pretty good. If you're Apex now, what are you going to play in mid lane? Like, Syndra is good if your jungler is going to come mid. We need to see Reg walk into mid lane so that they could actually get away with this. And what does Decoy pick? We have seen him predominantly on tanks this entire time. We've seen a little bit of Gwen, but that's it. We have not actually seen a carry from him. And if it's something that he wants to try to say, like, let me try something. Let me try to break up the top lane matchup. He says no. No, I'm just going to pick up Cassante, which I'm okay with. I know there's a bit of a debate on whether or not Cassante needs to be like super nerfed into the ground. I do think he has very high presence, and maybe he does need to be tuned a little bit. But I'd rather watch this than Sion versus Ornn. Like, yeah. I like pass. Gragas versus Ornn, pass. I do not want to see any of these champions.
Well, you might see one of them here as Gragas is locked in. A Shen for Alorum coming in on R5. We have not seen this guy pop up in a while. Always a good matchup into tanks. Has that percent HP damage with his Q. This is going to be a fun top lane matchup. Some off tanks.
It's very difficult for Cassante to deal with because the taunt can be pretty instant as long as they're playing within melee range of each other, and also not being able to allow for the passive procs with the auto attacks does feel a bit nice. Like you were saying, has a lot of early damage versus tanks, and obviously will allow for Mirage Alliance to play on that side lane. This is just more and more protection for the two carries in Sudsy and Neo. Double marksman, which means that come late game, objectives are very easy to take. Structures are going to be falling, and it's up for Apex Mission Impossible. They need to find the first punch. They need to be the ones on the beatdown trying to find kills, because if this game goes late, and even if it doesn't, even if we get to 20 minutes and there's two marksmen and they're just stacking objectives, stacking Drake, stacking Barons and Rift Heralds, what possibility of a game do you actually have as AMI? I think it's very low for you to actually find a win at that point.
Yeah, so early game going to be important. I think Reg, specifically on this Kindred, is going to have to have a very solid start to this matchup if Apex Mission Impossible are going to send us to that game number 3. Because double marksman and a Shen alongside a Thresh, I mean, those two are going to be very difficult to kill. We saw how hard it was to kill Neo in that last game. Now you have Sudsy as well, extra levels of protection. It's going to be a really fun time for them if they can get to that late game. As you said, the team fights worked well for them in game number 1. No hesitation to say that the same would happen in game number 2.
We didn't touch on it because of the draft, but it is Gragas versus Kindred. So you're already going to have a really tough time there. And as Kindred, you're pretty low range, even with all the marks. Maybe once you get to that Caitlyn range at 13 marks, you can say, like, okay, we're chilling. But the issue then becomes, as Kindred, how do you walk into fights? How do you actually start a fight? It's going to be on Pockets and Ariandel. They need to find stuns, and they need to be able to stop not only the Shenton, but also Gragas. Gragas ultimate, Gragas belly slam. Like, nothing actually allows for Kindred to play the game in a fun manner without being able to lose DPS. So this is going to be a tough game for Apex. I think backs up against the wall. You're already down a series. You're probably running high off of, how dominant some parts of those games look for you. You still need to be able to do this, and it is a tougher composition to actually execute. So bar is very high for Apex Mission Impossible. It already is very difficult for so many teams to take a single game off of Mirage Alliance. Now you got to start with not only 1, but 2, and you're, I think, at a disadvantage here.
Yeah, Mirage Alliance have only lost 1 game throughout the summer split. It was against a lower-seeded team. It was CB Gaming.
Well, every team is a lower-seeded team because they are first seed.
Yeah, but now a double-digit seed maybe. Like another team like TA could have contested them. Maybe they didn't, and now it is number 12 coming up against them in Apex Mission Impossible. Should be an interesting thing to see if they can happen. I think the angle for Apex to take a game probably was that game 1 though, when they were Mirage were experimenting a little bit. They got the Rengar out there. Looks like they've settled in a little bit more. They have a Shen, which is, I guess, experimental because we haven't seen it a lot, but it functions very much like a tank.
Yeah,
and it's gonna do what other champions in the meta do. It's
also a very Alorum pick. I'm taking a look at the last time he actually picked up a Shen, so I'm fairly certain this was very recent. Yeah, so he did play it in the summer qualifiers. He played it up against, what team is this? Froggy 5. So not too long ago, and it was into the Cassante matchup. So it is his preferred style. It is the champion that he prefers. It's something that, if we can see, definitely analysts can see. So if anybody on Apex Mission Impossible knew, like, hey, we're going to be picking Cassante, he's going to be picking up Shen, something that you probably can expect for them. I mean, we'll have to see how it actually ends up in game. We do have that 3-minute delay that we're kind of taking part in right now to make sure that for competitive integrity, we are in TR, but making sure that no one just boots up a separate stream real quick and is like, that's where their jungler is. Cool.
If you are in here right now, if you're a player, hey, shoo. You're not going to get anything valuable.
We got to do the thing that you and Summer did, because they probably have us muted, so we got to ask for them to look at us.
Hey, get out of here. Get us
out of here. Get out of there. Get out of there. We got game coming up here. Game 2 between Apex Mission Impossible and Mirage Alliance. Mirage Alliance, the first seed here in our in LCS Challengers League qualifiers. They're looking to take everything home. While Apex, they have been on a road of upsets, and they still have to, this is still another matchup that they are the underdogs, heavy underdogs, to be able to even get a single win, much less put up a series.
Yeah, Mirage Alliance don't have their foot on the gas just yet. It's just a bit of a 5-point to start things off. And if you want to put your foot on the gas, you can check out our sponsor at the NACL Qualifiers. They're brought to you by Turo, the world's largest car-sharing marketplace, where you can book any car you want for just about any occasion. Forget boring rental cars at Turo.com.
And you think, actually, it's funny, I want to ask all of our players, how many of them can drive?
That actually is a more interesting question than you might think, because
I have a feeling there is gonna be, so we have 16 teams times 5 is 80. I have a feeling like probably 20 of them can't drive. I can't drive legally anyway, so
damn.
Like dude, okay, I had a big fear of cars early on, so I was like, dude, I know I could probably be good at driving, but I have a feeling that like I'm gonna stop paying attention one time and it's gonna be Jojo over. So I was just like, we're never driving cars, brother man. We got an early game though. Junglers are pathing both towards the bottom side of the map, and Chad going for the Dark Harvest does hint that he is going to try and go for that full AP. He's the sole ability power damage on his team, so really going to have to be at least a little impactful this game if he wants to have any kind of say, and that is the Chad way. We need to see him be an early aggressor. It's what he always loves to do. When we did see him in Academy and in the Challengers League, was him going for early aggressive plays, him offsetting early lanes. He did become a bit predictable at that point, but they still fell. People still fell for the Chad early gank.
And we'll see in bot lane going to be impacted here as Chad is rotating down towards the bottom half of the jungle to clear his camps. Nice little trade there off of a good hook from Dardoch, as the bot lane for Mirage Alliance still performing well. Little micro interaction there. Every time a CS was low there for Bads, Neo would just walk up the Calibrum, say no, and so far doing pretty well for himself. Although with Reg down in the bottom half of the jungle first, it will be AMI getting a slight push there as an invade might be underway.
Yeah, I mean, they just have Xayah Rakan, right? Like, these two champions invade, or they have priority early on versus a ton of champions. It's just how it goes. Naturally, by using her ability, she's going to push out the wave. This will be a small gold deficit for AMI. I was going to talk about how in the bottom lane, Baz did opt to go for the call in this matchup, whereas Neo, respecting the fact that they have engaged, they are going to be taking Ignite, so needing the extra 80 HP that the Doran's Blade is going to be giving you. But currently, because of that invade, we actually saw that Chad now has a bit of an advantage. He's gone for the full clear, and Reg, unfortunately, by missing out on 2 of his camps, is not going to be able to grab this, and grabs the smite, my goat.
Gets knocked up with the body slam. Sudsy's here to try maybe spark and engage here, but Ariandel on the Syndra, making sure that he is in no danger. So Reg getting a small victory there, first stack of the game in 4 minutes.
For all Kindred players or wannabe Kindred players tuning into the broadcast, always stand in mid, especially early on. Once you finish your clear, try to angle your clear to finish around mid lane, because that will allow you to play the most flexibly around which scuttle you can try to go for. Now Chad actually going for something a bit aggressive here, goes into the bottom side and was trying to maybe see if the Krugs were up, if they're going to try and go for something. Now Chad going to be playing very aggressive. Both of these junglers do not know the either is here, and a lot of this vision is in favor of Mirage Alliance. You see that Neo trying to angle, trying to fish for extra damage with Infernum, but also has that Gravitum ready to go.
Dardoch flashes away from the grand entrance. Neo now with the Gravitum has the ability to root both players up. Chad coming in, Reg has to dash away. The Blade Caller going to stop some amount of time, but that is first blood secured for Dardoch. Neo has the Ghost Pop, and Pockets is very, very low and will survive with less than 100 HP.
He's just going to go for it.
Is possible. Chad running after Pockets. Uses the trying to escape. Now Chad is in a bit of an awkward situation, but gets out with the Lantern from Dardoch to stay alive.
Oh my god, Chad. That was way too close for comfort there. Baz did not have the Blade Caller available, so wasn't able to root Chad up and look for a kill. Chad didn't even use Flash during that entire play, which is more impressive because I thought he was going to go for like a Flash Body Slam to try to kill Pockets. Instead, gets out, not trying to make this a one-way mission. We see immediately after that kill going over to Dardoch, They're moving in. Reg, he wants to try to grab this. He knows that his mid laner does have an HP advantage versus Sudsy. And now both of them having level 6. Needs to be careful. This could be a solo kill.
Okay, Ariandel did not want to use the Unleashed Power onto Sudsy there, although he did have enough mana with that extra shard being picked up. Reg gets another mark for himself, now at 2, without getting a kill so far. That is a good start for the Kindred.
Yeah, small gold deficit again just because of the kill going over, but Reg bouncing back immediately without missing a beat. I think this is great. You know, showing a little bit of resiliency, not immediately going, all right, my game is doomed, what do I do? Showing some calm under the pressure. You are in a quarterfinals match. It is a best of 3. You still a lot of time to go and do stuff. But for the time being, I think we're just going to get more farming. The gold lead shouldn't expand by that much, just because of how even a lot of our team, these two teams right now are going to be. But Dragon is spawning soon. You have Chad resetting. The bottom lane just came back after spending some of their gold. I imagine with Sudsy being as strong as he is right now, you should be looking for a solo kill now that Ariandel has used the teleport.
Has the lost chapter now for Ariandel. Maybe give some extra angles for him to roam around the map. That Mark now spawning on the bottom side Krugs. Chad running his down instantaneously to try and take it out. Dragon is up right now as well, so could be a target for one of these two players, one of these two teams. But Mirage Alliance right now, 800 gold in the advantage. This is a very similar situation to what we saw in game number 1.
This should be the moment where after this Gromp, Chad has a few answers that he can do. He should be looking to clear out bottom side vision. I'm pretty sure that bottom lane is currently contesting to try to push this wave out because they want to be first in the river. They want to try and make a play. Sudsy, without his jungler here, I think is finding it a bit tough to get any poke onto Syndra, so is just going to use this lane as farm as much as you can. We can't outpush a Syndra. We're just trying to avoid all of her damage. And now Reg actually recalling here does kind of shout to me that wants to focus up towards his top side. He's going to finish off his buffs and does have options of either invading into the top side jungle and getting that quadrant or looking for a Rift Herald because he knows his bot lane's not going to be able to make the play.
He's running up towards the top side right now. That will mean the Dragon is seeded by Mirage Alliance, or sorry, seeded by Apex Mission Impossible, as Mirage Alliance will take it down. Perhaps trade of objectives though, as now Decoy also running over to the river. Rift Herald going to be started up right now by Reg. Is spotted out by the ward placed by Alorum, but I don't think that Mirage Alliance are in a position to try and make this a 2 for 0. They're going to just trade the objectives.
Yeah, they know that they don't have mid priority. Sudsy obviously spent his to go for that Dragon play, using some of the fast push of a Tristana to immediately leave. And it does open up this side of the map. It does, I will say, split this because now there's even a mark that spawns here. Decoy is available in mid. Don't know if him and Paucus were going to look for something, but they're fully indexing on Reg being the carry here. We talked coming into the series that Reg felt like the star, felt like the MVP for this roster coming in. You have new pieces in Baz that are joining us in competitive, but most of these other players for AMI are setters. They are people who help accentuate some of the strengths of the carry players on their teams, but we haven't necessarily gotten consistent carry performances from players like Ariandel and Decoy in the past. So now, Reg, now on his Kindred second game in a row here, we need to see him step up. He's getting a lot of resources. Decoy is constantly dropping waves to move for him. We need to see him actually pull out some victories, get his team a win.
You saw right there, Neo and Dardock kind of bullying Baz and Pockets just a little bit now that they have the Berserker Greaves. That is 2 plates taken in the bottom lane on their own. And now Chad heading up to the top side as well, as Decoy might be under a bit of threat. Uses the W to try to get out here with the all-out. Chad now with the cask. Nice flash away from Decoy. Still drags him back a little bit.
Oh!
An awkward flash out of Alorum. I don't think that taunt went the way he wanted to, and Decoy will survive.
I don't think that flash went the way he wanted it to. Good escape coming out from them and wasting more time of Chad. Look what he's doing. He knows that Thresh just showed mid. Their bot lane's on reset. Since he actually almost died there, so thanks to Dardock, he's able to actually survive. Should get another stack here for the Kindred. And he has his bottom lane ready to go as well. That hook game way too close. Good plays coming out from AMI across the board. You know, surviving the gank as well as finding a pick in the mid.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very solid play for Apex Mission Impossible, and for Decoy to survive in that exchange. Obviously took a little bit of a mistake from Alorm as the flash taunt. You know, Alorm's been around the league for a while. Maybe those fingers needed some warming up to do here. But yeah, for now, it will be 500 gold, 600 gold. The main advantage right now for Mirage Alliance, though, is in this bottom side where Neo and Dardoch are continuing to have their way.
You know, mistakes are just outplays ready to happen. You know, it's all a matter of perspective. Should be looking for an engage here. Good interrupt onto Pacus, but more priority for the bottom lane, like you were talking about. Chad does not have the ultimate, but it is coming up soon. Still has that flash available. You see what Reg is doing? Reg is running straight to this bottom lane. He wants to protect Baz and Pacus, stop them from potentially going down. If they can't make this play, Chad should spot Reg here, and it will stop them from potentially getting more and more plates. 3 plates already here for the Mirage Alliance bot lane, which is in stark contrast across the map. Everybody's either even or within 1 plate of each other. This is such a huge discrepancy. They have not been able to push this out.
Yeah, a really good start for the Mirage Alliance bottom lane. Once again, Neo and Felios. I mean, you saw how good it was in the last game. Apex elected not to first pick or ban it in the second game. And so, what do you know? He's also performing well on it again today. We'll say, though, of course, Baz has been able to match CS a little bit, mostly due to that early game. But if you look at the gold right now, it definitely still is Neo and Dardoch ahead. Speaking of, Sudsy now chunking out Ariandel a little bit as well. Does Reg want to go for this play?
Flash. Oh, whoa! Scatter the weak. I think he may have hit the Vaseline in your background. Oh, there you go, Sudsy.
Going forward here. Sudsy jumps away. Stand United out of Alorm is going to keep him alive. As I believe the ulti was canceled or somehow.
Ariandel,
and Ariandel gets hit up by the explosive cask. And Chad will just punish that Syndra. Ariandel had no reason to step up that far.
Yeah, like you should have just been backing. What are you going to be able to provide? You're waiting for maybe another scatter there. Good job from Sudsy to survive. Even getting the flash out of Reg is a big win for Mirage Alliance. And you're going to continue to win bottom lane. They had to call Pacus up here. He's going to get a little bit of minor damage onto this turret. But that is a wholesale win for Mirage Alliance with Chad now picking up a kill.
Yeah, you know, it's good to have your AP threat get a couple of kills early on. Working towards either a Proto Belt or a Night Harvester early on right now for Chad. That is a good start for the Gragas, of course. And Mirage Alliance on the board, 2-0 right now. And we're seeing, once again, glimpses out of Apex. Just they haven't been able to close the door on any of the plays that they've tried to make.
Yeah, some of them kills. We'll see if Decoy can do that here. Remember, no flash on Alorm. And this champion has a 2-second cooldown, 15 mana. Just want to remind everybody at home. Second Dragon going over to Mirage Alliance. Not looking good for AMI. Yes, Reg is getting advantages. Yes, Reg has a small camp lead over this Gragas and probably has a few marks. We need to see more than that. We need to see them be able to convert all of these leads into meaningful gold advantages, meaningful advantages in general for Apex Mission Impossible. Otherwise, it doesn't matter that you put all your eggs into the Reg basket. They basically just slammed them on the ground and popped all the eggs.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty easy to do that right now with all the bursts that they have.
Oh my god,
Sudsy in the mid lane, Pacus with a huge charm, and they get the kill on the Tristana. Ariandel with the final blow.
Dardoch could not have played that any better to save Sudsy. Barely is able to find that kill. AMI finally turn it into 1, but now they're going to use all this mid lane priority to move into the top side jungle, cut Chad out. Stop him from being able to move in. They should know thanks to the vision cone that he's here. But Pacus is available. They're even stealing the red buff. This is messed up. This is one of the best parts of Syndra, is you can just steal buffs away. They're not going to grab the extra mark that is on the top side here. Decoys need to be careful. He should know that at least Chad is here. They did see Dardoch as well. And the Rift Tail being started up by Reg. I don't know if you can do this. This is not your timer to take this. This is the time for your mid lane to go for a recall. And Decoy, you're just too far up. You don't have ultimate.
Yeah, it's time for Decoy to get on out of there. I don't know if that's going to happen, though. Getting locked up by the taunt. Chad just might have some more gold in his pocket. Reg going to potentially save him. No, the Lance Respite, just not enough range. An extra tower shot would have maybe taken down Chad. But it is just another kill going towards Mirage Alliance. Pacus is here. I don't know if him and Reg can do anything without that ulti.
Oh, even Tristana's coming, so Pacus is going to have to get out. Okay, good. They had said don't decide to go on that, and because of that, it turns into Another play here for Mirage Alliance that is in their advantage. They find the kill, they grab now the Rift Herald. Reg, I don't think you can go over this wall. You know that Shen's here, you know that there's going to be a Dardoch play. Now Ariandel looking for a stun.
Oh, kind of a field goal right there. The hook lands on him as well. Big ulti out of Chad. And Sudsy will jump forward to pick up the first kill. Reg in trouble. That is 2. Make it 3. Decoy stuck in a 1v4 now as Dardoch's the one getting all the kills. Mirage Alliance, they punish Apex once again. And Neo is doing his thing down bot as well.
Neo, even with the Gale Force, he plays aggressive. He gets the turret and almost finds the solo kill onto Baz. It goes from bad to worse. We talked about how much of a disadvantage they would be with this composition for Apex Mission Impossible, and we're seeing it act out in live time. Ariandel, the 7-10 split with the stun just gives an immediate opening for Mirage Alliance. They grab the Rift Herald as well. It's just going from bad to worse. There's not many plays for them. Now Apex Mission Impossible, all they can do is hope and pray that the stuns from Paucus and Ariandel are better in the next couple fights. Because from here on out, if they keep going the way that they are, Mirage Alliance have a very easy path to victory, and we'll be seeing them in the semifinals.
We are within about 1,000 gold before that Rift Herald play. Now it's up to 3K in the lead for our #1 seed. And kind of the domination that we were expecting out of a team full of former LCS pros, former NACL pros. And they're looking very solid right now. And once again, not enough out of Apex. Reg has the Triforce now, but I don't know if that's enough. I mean, look at the items across the board for Mirage Alliance. Chad with a leniously large rod, Sudsy with the BF sword. I mean, they're going to do a ton of damage to anybody that they come across.
Right now, Neo has a 2-wave advantage, and it's very hard to claw all of that back. This is a interesting rotation coming out from the bottom lane. Really hoping that Sudsy and the rest of the squad can solo this. But it also means that they get alone time with this top tier 1. Dragon spawning in a mid, I think is very interesting. By losing this mid tier 1, you lose a lot of say over being able to push out the mid wave and being able to move into the bottom side river. This is Apex Mission Impossible's time to maybe upset some of the early expectations for the Dragons. We thought that maybe Mirage Alliance were going to go for a soul stack, but it is Chemtech. After seeing the Chemtech soul, it seems like Mirage are just not as interested. They're saying we can give this one up. We're going to continue to get more and more gold for Neo.
And that has been a good strategy. That has worked for Mirage Alliance.
That's been a very good strategy. Agreed.
Just get Neo some gold. It'll work out for you. On to the bottom, top side tier 2. Decoy has to run away now. His teleport comes in from Sudsy. Hook lands on to the Cassante. Pops the all out onto Chad. 2-man knockup, but now Mirage Alliance are stacked as 4 in the top side. Baz just joining to disengage. Just more gold into the pockets of Mirage Alliance. Neo continue to get stronger and stronger.
So they said, cool, so you took 1 turret mid. We're gonna take 2 of them top lane here, and
oh wow,
Alorum,
they're going on to Alorum.
Yeah.
Stepping a little bit too far forward. That's kind of the Shen syndrome sometimes. You're like, I do damage. I can I took this guy, half this guy.
Dude, I can solo this guy, and then, why is this entire team here? Yeah, this champ sucks. My bad, guys. They're going to use this Rift Herald to say, again, we are ignoring the dragon. It is time for us to take all of your mid towers. We know that Decoy is not going to be a relevant threat. Sudsy, do not walk over here. This is just not worth it. Walk up to the mid lane and auto-attack that thing. That structure is fake. It is made of paper mache for you, okay? Keep going. Just keep pushing. We ignore the rest of these teams.
But now, Apex looking for a potential re-engage. Nice quickness coming out from Paucus. Reg on the backside. Baz, the Feather Storm. Here comes the ulti out of Reg. Lamb's going to buy some time. They land the hook on the Baz. The Blade Caller not going to find anything. Neo has to flash away and will survive. Reg goes down. Dardoch pops the stopwatch and the Moonlight Vigil will slow the Xayah down. Alorum will come through them all off of the Death Timer and stun up Paucus and take him down as well. Everybody on Apex is under a huge threat. Sudsy's flashing forward. Sudsy's getting the 4th kill for Mirage Alliance in the mid lane.
And both marksmen are alive. They have a minion wave as well. This could get very weird. Reg is coming, he's going to be alive in 5 seconds. They're going to look for the end here, at least go for 1 more Nexus turret.
Decoy needs to try and clear these minions out with his 3rd proc of the Topo strikes. Looks like Mirage Alliance thinks it's a little bit too risky to go forward. Decoy has the flash but gets slowed up by the barrel. and will not be able to lock anybody down. Baron is up at 20 minutes and 15 seconds, and so Mirage Alliance running right to the objective to try and take it down.
That was just never a fight that AMI could take. Ariandel was not in a great position. Reg all the way in the back line after Sudsy would hit him with the 1v1. This game is dusted. We saw a lot of great fight coming out from Apex Mission Impossible in the first game, but feels like that was as close as we were going to get for this series. It's never going to be reflected in the history books. People are going to see the 2-0 go back on like Wikipedia or something, and they're going to say, okay, cool. Like Mirage Alliance, they did well. They finished up. Unless they watch the game, they will not know how close the game one was. And it's unfortunate for Apex Mission Impossible that, hey, history is written by the victors. Mirage Alliance are going to move on as all of us expected. And we're looking as this team, as the first seed, to win it all, to take us all the way up to the grand finals, to push out every other team on their way and look unstoppable while doing it.
Yeah, I mean, still haven't dropped a game in this series. The only loss still coming to CB Gaming. And even though it was a little bit shaky in that first game, there were still a lot of positives to draw from that entire matchup. Neo specifically on that Aphelios, once again having a tremendous game. And looks like the finishing touches could be put on to this matchup, onto this quarterfinal series, as Mirage Alliance now up 6,000 gold, headed towards the Baron. Apex are going to have to respond, or else this game will end.
Let's see what they can do. It's all up to Pacus. It's going to come after this Baron engage. No one's in range of Pacus. Stun lands.
Yeah, two-man scatter. Baz coming in with the Featherstorm. Chad flashing forward, landing the knockup. The back half coming out and taking the first kill, but Chad will fall first. Here comes the ulti out of Decoy. Sudsy actually under a huge threat. Has to use the rocket jump over the Baron pit wall. Dardoch finds the hook. Reg pops the Lamb's Respite. Baz and Ariandel are still alive. Neo full HP. The Moonlight Vigil lands onto 2. And Neo is at full strength, full HP, and looking to hunt down Apex. They just get 1 kill. Both jugglers fall, but Decoy not long for this world either. Uses the W to try to buy some time. The Blast Cone for some safety as well. We're on a wild goose chase. But Mirage Alliance have other plans. The Nexus under their sights as Alorum looking to burst him down a little bit. Decoy buying as much time as he can. But Mirage Alliance, they're hitting on to the base on multiple angles. Top lane inhibitor is down. The Nexus is now exposed. And I think this might be the 2-0 coming very, very soon.
They are actually going to take this time to recall after grabbing a second inhibitor. Sudsy does not get hit. Yeah, that fight, it's already doomed when I'm seeing Baz as the Xayah throughout the ultimate, land 6 feathers and do 0 damage to Neo. That is not the position you want to be in, not as an AD carry, definitely not as a Xayah. Apex Mission Impossible, you performed valiantly, man. This is like the Grim Reaper meme where it's like, was I a good team? It's like, yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
You did work. You know, you performed a lot better than what we expected and what your seed was supposed to do. So in that way, you are beautiful to us. But Mirage Alliance, it's just unfortunate what happened, right? Your first seed. This is a team full of veterans. We've talked about it before. And now we're looking at them going to the semifinals, going up against the likes of either Team Ambition and Kellex Grandpa Gamers, which is going to be our next series. If you're tuned in and you're like, oh, is there another series after this? Yes, you have a best of 3 coming up between those 2 teams. And if you're like, oh, this game is done, is there more League of Legends happening? I'm sure the Winthrop CCG series is still going on over on Rally Cry 2. So make sure you have the multi-Twitch up and available running so you can catch all the action.
And a reminder that there will be more qualifiers again after this. So stay tuned. If you are watching us on LCS_Challengers, they will transition over to NACL at some point. But hey, you can stick around to see who could potentially be joining the league come the spring split of 2024. Mirage Alliance certainly looking like they could be one of them as they're looking to put the finishing touches onto this game. Alorum split pushing on the top side, almost has that second Nexus tower down. That third inhibitor falls, and now the Nexus soon to be exposed. Apex Mission Impossible on their last stitch. Oh my goodness, Neo coming up with a huge ultimate. He does get shut down by the unleashed power of Ariandel. Baz trying to fight under the fountain, but this Xayah does absolutely 0 damage. Ariandel trying his best, trying to save this series, but it will belong to Mirage Alliance. Your number 1 seed will head to the semifinals with a 2-0 victory in the quarterfinals.
As expected, 0 upsets. Let's go. We're only one series deep, so it's to be expected. We're going to be looking for an interview with one of the members of the winning team from Mirage Alliance. So, yeah, we're going to get ready for that. And when we come back, while the interview, we'll be getting ready for our second series between Team Ambition and Kellogg's Grandpa Gamers.
Don't go anywhere.
The LCS Challengers League is brought to you by Turo, the world's largest car sharing marketplace. Find your drive.
Oh,
Welcome
wow.
back, everybody, to the LCS Challengers League qualifiers. We are here after Mirage Alliance's 2-0 victory, and we are joined today by the mid laner for that team, Sudsy. Sudsy, congratulations on the win. I mean, you played the Orianna in game number 1, the Tristana in game number 2. Kind of a flexible champion pool you're setting up for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I just, I pick whatever people pick against me. They beat me in scrims sometimes, so I just steal it and pick it. That tends to be how I do it. That's how I do it.
Okay.
Kind of a chameleon in the mid lane, I would say. Kind of a chameleon.
Okay. Well, we were talking before. You were saying you felt like the most or the least popular or the least
Well,
famous.
you didn't have to say
team,
that. Like, I was in
no.
private.
Come on.
No.
Let's talk about it. Come on. You've got 4 people who've played on the LCS
Okay.
stage. Let's just get this out of the way.
Yeah.
We talked about it on broadcast.
Okay.
For you, what are things that you're able to take away from a team like this? Because I think obviously you guys are the first seed. We're talking about like how you did just promote with Tony Top the last split just a couple months ago.
Yeah.
So is there some things that you're learning from these guys, or is it just like I'm having fun, we all see each other as like peers, we're just doing our thing?
Okay, so obviously on Tony Top, I was one of the most, not the most, obviously like Iconic and Tony Top were both coming back from LCS, so they had a lot of experience, but I know the little youngins, Snow and Levitate, my ADC support, they didn't have very much experience. They looked up to the older guys for support, and I did provide that a lot. On this team, everyone straight up has more experience than me, and they let me know that. We have a Gragas hierarchy, and oftentimes the Gragas goes to me, but they've deemed me the 4th best Gragas recently, and it was only yesterday they put me down to the 5th below Neo. So I mean, it went from a level of respect to 0 between the 2 teams, but it's still fun, even though I'm like the water boy. Anyways, yeah, I'm having fun.
Okay.
It's a good time, and
Yeah.
I mean, these guys are obviously great, and I mean, they do teach me a lot, even just like drafts and stuff. They have so much knowledge, so I'm just soaking it in.
Nice.
We need you to address the allegations really quickly.
I'm
There
not
have been talks.
Okay, go on.
There have been talks that the first game, Mirage Alliance, early in the morning, doesn't go well all the time for some of you guys. You did drop that first game of the CB Gaming series. Got close here today. How awake were the boys? Heading into Champ Select today.
Dude, I don't even know. Like, I just get messages from Chad in the group chat, laying in bed, take pictures of the cats, being like, he literally said, "I'm so asleep right now." Like at the moment we had to play the game. So I mean, like, I don't know. I'm just gonna plead the 5th. I don't know what goes on. I just know that it's true we are sleepy gamers in the morning, but I mean today was a lot better, and I at least got a little warm up. I played a custom game. I was hitting CS.
Okay. You're practicing CS. Was it like, or you just like pick a random champion? Do you just have like
it's
a
not a
champion that you have
random
to
champion. I was playing
Okay.
Annie, guys. I practiced
Okay, all right,
Annie,
fair
and
enough.
It's hard to last hit. And guess
Really
what? You might
difficult
wanna
champion
ban
to
it
CS
if you're
on.
against
Wait,
us.
what?
I play it in custom games, just so you know, guys. So just
Okay.
just be
All right,
careful,
good.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay, well, your next opponent is going to be one of the victors of our next series, Team Ambition versus Kellex Grandpa Gamers. Are there any expectations that you have as to maybe
Yes.
who will win? And do you have any trash talk?
King Snow and King Levitate better win that game, or else I'm gonna beat their ass, and that's true. They know it's true. I will find them. I know what they look like, and I probably know where they live. They live really close to me. And
Okay.
I'll tell you what Snow doesn't want is a surprise visit from his boy Sudsy at his house, nabbing his little brother for a little ice cream cone takeaway, and he doesn't know where he went. Because guess what? Grandpa Sudsy is gonna come and You're gonna come and mess it up if you don't perform. You know who you are, Snow, and I know where you live.
Okay, nice.
Just
Good.
a disclaimer: we here at the NACL qualifiers do not condone or
He means in game.
necessarily
He's-
approve of. That's just
Yeah, mostly I'm
definitely happening in game. in the
Listen,
video
I
game.
love Snow. It's all love. I'm kidding.
Yeah.
And
They're your old
Snow's a
teammates as
fantastic
well.
brother. He's got a little brother, and he loves him very much. So.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
Glad we could finish it. You meant he was gonna you're gonna mess him up in game, not IRL. You're gonna show up to his house and play League of Legends with him.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Beat him
Just
in
wanna
Mario
make
that's
Party or
what I
something.
meant. No,
Yeah,
we
yeah,
figured
yeah.
it out. We figured it out.
Okay.
Any additional trash talk gonna be spent over to them?
Uh,
They're old teammates. So.
I'm glad that you
I
just
mean, they
like
better
completely
win. I would
brushed
be
over
really disappointed
Levitate.
if they don't win. That's all I'm saying. They better better win. They better. Sorry. Sorry.
You're Look, you did it. You look. You did it on in the promotion tournament. You had to do it here. I
I
completely
don't.
understand.
I
No,
don't.
no, I know
can't
you don't.
Keep
I know
hold
you
of myself.
don't.
I just get so emotional when it comes to these
Chad,
because they lose, dude. They're supposed to be in the finals, and if we're not in the finals together, I mean, it's gonna be very depressing. And I mean, if they depress me, like I said, I'm gonna have to pay a visit. So
yeah, Chad already used like 2 F-bombs, so like your team is running out of
Well,
bullets available
Yeah.
for the interview.
You might have
so,
to
I
you might have
think
to
we're
pull
all-
from those paychecks a little bit, drop them into the swear jar for the rest of this. But
it's day to day, I would say. Okay.
Okay. Well, Sudsy, it's been great to have you on. Is there any
course.
shout outs that you want to do for yourself or for the rest of your team? Maybe someone on out there?
Yeah, I'll shout out everyone. I'll shout out, of course, my team: Dardock, Alorum, Chad. Kind of sucked today, but it's fine. Neo played great today for once. Great job. Mormon Norman, our manager, who doesn't watch the games because he thinks we're cursed. That's pretty cool.
Real.
And everyone who supports us, thanks for supporting the team, and I hope you continue to supporting us. And we're gonna keep on getting better and trying our best to win. So, see you guys in the finals, and thanks a lot for supporting us.
all right, you still got the semis to play on Saturday, Sudsy, so we'll see you
Of
then before
course.
then.
Yeah, no,
Thank
see
you
in
so
the
much
semis. The semis.
for joining us, and we'll see you. Best of luck as you continue on forward in the LCS Challenge League qualifiers. And before we head into our next series, we're going to have to take a short break because when we come back, be Team Ambition versus Keelix's Grandpa Gamers.
So good, now we getting body
The LCS Challengers League is brought to you by Turo, the world's largest car sharing marketplace. Find your drive.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LCS Challengers League qualifiers, here for our second series of the quarterfinals here on Rally Cry Official. Got our top half of the bracket rounding out here with our second matchup of the day, as we will have Team Ambition facing off against Keelix's Grandpa Gamers. I am Graves, joined alongside Alk Battery for this series. Reminder that if you are watching us on LCS_Challengers, you can watch all full coverage of everything involving qualifiers on Rally Cry Official and twitch.tv/rallycry2. And of course, NACL will be starting in about an hour or so. So if you are waiting for those games, make sure to stick around and we'll have those towards you shortly.
You got a lot of games to be played today. We are finishing off, like you were saying, our first half of the quarterfinals. There are other quarterfinals happening at the same time. The second series over on Rally Cry 2 should be starting. Lit Esports versus Cheese Chasers. Always a lot of fun. That's the only series I have going to 3. And so far, we have been pretty okay with our predictions. We'll take a look at the bracket later. But right now, we've got Team Ambition versus KGG Grandpa Gamers. A matchup that, honestly, I didn't think we were going to get. Team Ambition, they should have been here. They got first seed out of their group. They brought in a new top laner in Porsche with Bajani going back down to, I think it was LATAM. And they have been stomping every single game. I'm really impressed. It's their opponents today that I don't think a lot of people were expecting to see.
Yeah, we just talked to Sudsy over on Tony Top. Levitating Snow 2 were a part of that team as well in the spring split. And now they have the opportunity to face off against their former mid laner if they win this series today. Their opponents, though, are the Boomers. It's Keelix's Grandpa Gamers, Sunlight, RBM, Only, Evan Earl, and Clyde. Kind of a collegiate all-star team. If you take a look at it, every one of these guys have played CELO over the past few years, are coming together. They don't scrim too much, but they have certainly impressed in this group stage so far. They took down Komodo in a 2-0 fashion, although there were some connectivity issues. I do think the team played together pretty well, and it's going to be a fun matchup as they continue to ride that momentum here into the playoffs.
Yeah, not only was it, a Komodo that obviously were having some issues and definitely had maybe some team play conflicts. KGG yesterday were playing pretty well across the board. I've been loving what Sunlight's been doing in top lane. This is a player that, coming out of collegiate, really only played a lot of Garen and Darius, but right now I think is playing really, really well, has a bunch of different picks that they're always willing to experiment on. And so far, RBM's return, I think, has been really cool for Tier 2 and Tier 3. This is a player that always was on the very funny teams, has a long-standing history actually with KGG, originally being on that Zeus Gaming roster all those years ago that took down the likes of like TSM Academy, and we had to see so many cool upsets. And RBM, someone who originally was a full-time like TFT player for a little bit there, pivots back into playing professional League of Legends and trying to play competitive. And he seems to always rise up as one of the top junglers, even if some of the jokes about it, the retirement home for him are abound.
Yeah, I mean, he still has the drive to compete. I remember we talked to him yesterday in our interview, and he was discussing how he had to, force Clyde to like wake up and play the games, because Clyde, he wants to compete. He wants to play with this group of players, and so always has that competitive drive. And for them, a win over Team Ambition would definitely mean a lot for those qualification points, for getting into that top 4, and also, of course, for some of the legacy of the players that we have on our screens right now. Because not only Evan Earl, or not only Evan Earl and Clyde, specifically down in the bottom lane, also have had tons of success, each of them winning a collegiate championship with Maryville back in the day, and of course, we're part of DK Crew back in the past as well. I mean, a ton of just competitive experience overall, and, up against this upstart team, it's kind of the Boomers versus Zoomers right now with Keelix's Grandpa Gamers versus TA.
I think it's so cool that we also get the story of these two mid laners. Kachu, someone who is on the Maryville team, but really has kind of taken a shining after subbing in for mid lane. Excuse me. For Team Ambition, Kachu has been a bright star on almost every roster we see him in, and it has been really cool to see not only his evolution, but now going up against Omli, who plays a little bit in collegiate. I think everybody did have a bit of a lower opinion of mostly this Grandpa's team, but looking at maybe the solo lanes, and now we get to see two fresh mid laners really battle off against each other.
And one of Omli's best picks throughout the entire tournament so far has been that Azir, so I like the priority that Keelix's Grandpa Gamers have in putting comfort into the hands of their players. The Varus worked very well for Evan RL throughout their series against Komodo as well, so no surprise to see that. Clyde has been cooking up some interesting picks. Had the Blitzcrank in that last matchup. The Galio as well against Komodo did come through. This was a bot lane pair that they really favored, and they would not be surprised to see that one locked in.
Well, we were talking about them being grandpa gamers, so they're picking all the champions that came out around like season, or they're picking all the champions that were really popular around like season 9, season 8. So
yeah,
we're really getting in there. We've got all our good champions. Varus is going to provide a lot of good poke in the early game for bottom lane, and an Olaf blind straight up, like either taken for Porsche or for this is probably just going to be for Porsche. I was going to say maybe Kachu can do some fancy stuff. He has been mostly a melee specialist. So going up against the likes of the Azir, you're going to be looking at that 2 to 3 item power spike for them to actually have a real influence. Don't expect for Azir to really get bullied in the early game. You see all the focus right now for Kellex should be getting rid of all the bans for Levitate, a player who didn't have too much competitive experience and then last split promoted into the LCS Challengers League with Team Tony Top. So he talked about in the offseason during this time, he obviously had that interview with Travis Gafford. Then we saw him even on the show just saying he expanded his champion pool. He wanted to make sure that things like the Zeri, things like, he wasn't just a Lucian Nami one trick, which I think people were prescribing to him during some of the early splits of the qualifiers.
And now, without that Xayah, it's going to have to go for something a little bit unorthodox, potentially. That Zeri's still on the board. You'd probably want something that can function without the Rakan by his side because it is a champion that wants to go out and roam. Jinx is something that Levitate has played a lot of, had that good game against Cheese Chasers as well in that decisive game 3 on this champion, but it will be a Kai'Sa selection for Team Ambition. Can flex into the mid lane with that static Shiv in patch 13.11, and so we'll have to wait to see what TA's composition fully looks like at R5.
Do you know who the top 3 Kaisas in the world are?
I do not.
Like on the ladder. So Alice posted this. The first one is a scripter, so happens.
Okay.
And number 2 is Alice from the Infusion team that we saw, and also is over in Winthrop University as a student. And number 3 is actually Levitate.
Oh.
So we have the number 3 Kai'Sa in the world, at least in ranked on the solo queue ladder, playing his champion. And this is one of the champions when I come onto his stream, he is almost always playing this. He is just putting in so many games to expand his champion pool, but really hone in on Kai'Sa. So I think we'll get a special treat, and hopefully he'll be able to perform up against Kellex Grandpa Gamers, who have a lot of individual threat. This is a very difficult game, I think, to play Kai'Sa.
Yeah, a lot of dive, a lot of hard lockdown crowd control at short range, which is where Kai'Sa wants to do her damage. The Pantheon coming through, we have seen this specifically with Maryville as a matchup into things like the Olaf and the Kennen that Niles likes to play. So now Sunlight going to get his hands on that. We'll see what Kachu and or potentially Levitate want to select here on R5. Zoe is not the champion that we've seen super often here in this patch, and so Akali going to be the selection instead.
Really cool. Really awesome that we're getting Kachu's Akali. This is basically the signature champion that he came onto competitive with, that we were all like, oh, you're that guy. Okay, respect. It was that in his Echo. So hopefully we get to see a little bit more of that as the series kind of develops. But now that we have our compositions, I'm so happy that we're having Sunlight on Pantheon. We didn't get to touch on it too much, but this top lane is going to be one of the most interesting that we see all day today. Top lane has been majority for 13-11. If you're just joining us, we're going to be on this patch for the rest of the tournament until the next qualifier, so expect a couple of weeks. But now, instead of tanks, we're getting straight-up brawls. If you would have taken the nameplates away, I thought this would have been a Maryville matchup over in the LCS Challengers League.
Yeah, I like a Niles versus Concept kind of situation or something with with the Pantheon and the Olaf coming through. Porsche, I'm very happy to see him back at a top level competitive team in the NACL qualifiers in Tier 3, because whenever this guy is on the Rift at this level, it is always a really fun sight to see. On Jake's Kittens back in the summer split, played a little bit with Team Pending, and of course on that UST roster that won CLOL just a couple of weeks ago. This guy has proven to always be at the top of his game, and now has an opportunity to make his first semifinals in quite a while.
It would be very, very impressive. First semifinals off of the UST roster is, I think a big testament. A lot of people will look at that team and say, well, top lane doesn't matter too much. We're always looking at Shogo for that team. He's playing on a ton of different rosters that don't include that AD carry and has looked decent while doing it. Now that Shogo's actually over at Old Miss, I think it'll be a pretty fun storyline going into CLL next year, and Shogo should be able to compete coming into this next split. So I'm hoping we get to see Shogo potentially on a roster.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, hopefully qualifying into the NACL or maybe making a roster himself should be exciting. But one of these teams will be making the semifinals, and we do have the bracket that is halfway completed now with 2 of our 4 series already underway and completed for our final day of this week. Mirage Alliance, as you just saw on our stream, did take 2-0 over Apex Mission Impossible. Winthrop University also 2-0ing CCG. So your top 2 seeds already into semis.
This was about as what we expected. Ravish is already fraudulent, showing that the CCG, they got rocked. They got absolutely rocked in their games. They were speed running. We were finishing up our second game, and they were in the middle of the interview for with Denethor. If you want to check that out, that is going over on Rally Cry 2. They should be getting ready for Lit Esports and Cheese Chasers. So make sure you have your multi-Twitch up. And we didn't get to talk about it, but I mean, going up against Mirage Alliance, this side of the bracket just feels so like everybody's looking at the bracket of life on the bottom side for semifinals too. You want to be avoiding Mirage Alliance as much as possible.
Is it bad to say that I'm jealous of Ravish and Summer for being on the other
Oh,
team
no,
right
no,
now?
no. I said it at the beginning of the broadcast. That fourth quarterfinal is literally the best one here.
Hey, hopefully the grandpas can put together some fight against Team Ambition. Make our series a little bit more interesting, but I mean, yeah, Lit Esports versus Cheese Chasers. I am very excited for that. Barrick has been one of the more impressive young talents for me over the last couple of years, now getting his hand on a matchup with Dragoon in the top side of the map. If you are wanting to see that series, you can go to twitch.tv/rallycry2 to make sure that you have both of the qualifiers on your screen, as well as NACL whenever that comes on.
We'll make sure to wave to you when we need you guys. So just remember, like as a visual, we will guide you if you're like, oh, I have the stream muted. We'll make sure to give you some kind of. I should get like a whiteboard or something so we can like put it up. Although I do have lights, so it might be a little boom. I don't know how playable that might be. We'll figure it out. I'll definitely try to. Maybe a corkboard might work. Either way, we've got a series that we're about to go into. Team Ambition should be expected to be favorites. The fact that Kellex Grandpa Gamers got here is impressive enough. They took a pretty massive upset, I think, up against Komodo, who, even without the issues, I think definitely should have been a closer series with the fact that Komodo have had up and downs. They've had a really high highs, and I think when they are playing at a higher level, they should have stomped that series. But obviously, Kellex, not only did they play very well, they obviously had the asterisk that I think everybody is going to have when they look at that series. People who maybe didn't watch it are going to say, oh, they 2-0'd, then they deserve to be here. And they rightfully do. They owned Komodo those 2 games. I mean, back to back. There was zero mercy given to them. And you come in, you're saying, okay, Team Ambition, they've looked flawless. You know, they lost 1 game. They went 4-1 in the Swiss. They did very well in their own group. We are now looking at them. They've had time. They've had time to prep. They've had a full day off. They didn't have to play yesterday. Kellex, again, it's when we're talking about these lower C teams, I'm looking for them to be able to utilize some of that momentum of winning yesterday and bringing that into today.
That does seem like something that has benefited teams. When we took a look at the games yesterday, a lot of the higher seeded teams were expected to win, at least in our eyes. And, you know, it was actually in 3 of the 4 cases, the team from the lower side of the bracket, the team that lost the first time in up there, that actually did end up going through. You had, of course, here in Kelex's Grandpa Gamers, the last game that we had with Apex Mission Impossible, even CCG, who did drop the first series to Froggy 5, coming through the lower bracket, building off that momentum, definitely seems to be helping these teams. And so for Kelex's Grandpa Gamers, they are, I believe, 4 wins in a row now as they went through the lower bracket. And then here against Komodo, they're going to try to make it 5 today. Just about ready to get started with our second quarterfinal series of the day on twitch.tv/rallycryofficial. But before we get started, we have to thank our sponsors because the NACL qualifiers are brought to you by Turo, the world's largest car sharing marketplace, where you can book any car you want for just about any occasion. Forget about boring rental cars at Turo.com, Turo.com.
As soon as we get more of the sponsors coming in, I'm sure that Rally Cry Official will have its own emotes. We're going to follow the suit of the Challengers League. Maybe we don't get Moofy. I want
Yeah.
some. The Mufi emotes definitely are based, and I think if we're talking about like brand unity, you probably do have to get Mufi again, but we need to get like a grapes shocked or whatever.
Yeah,
I
like
need.
a kind of thing, something like that.
What kind of emotes do we need? I think an Alkpog definitely works. I have many pictures of me online of me doing that face, so that's fine. We can do the same like reaction photo. Remember when we did for promotion tournament, like the how we're feeling the mood meters? We can have like the Ravish straight face.
We just gotta make sure that we don't copy what any of the NACL talent have, because
I'm okay with copying their emotes, bro. Like their emotes
we're
are
not
kind of
jacking their
based.
style. We need our own creativity coming through here. So
True.
we'll brainstorm. Maybe if you guys want to help support us in that regard, but I mean, we got some gameplay to start off here, Dimitri. So let's get into that.
I need Sunlight to fix his game tag, bro. Come on.
I know. Kind of crazy.
Why are we? I told Kellex, and hopefully this gets changed for next split. The Kellex Grandpa Gamers tri-code has to be old.
I know. OLD must be.
I'm disappointed that they didn't think of this first. Kellex told me, he's like, that's actually a great idea. We'll see if we can try to get it changed. I think this is a serious issue. Okay.
Yeah, KGG like doesn't really ring a bell. Yeah, you just got old up there. I mean, that just is so much better.
I would know immediately this is the Grandpa Gamers.
Yeah,
because
Tony Top has Tony, or they did back in the day. They had Froggy 5, which is Frog. Old just makes too much sense. So we'll keep that in mind. Hopefully the Grandpa Gamers stick together. They don't, end up realizing this is too tiring for them to play games every week. And we'll be back to OQ2 with a new name.
Well, we are approaching, their legally allotted going outside time, and they're using it to play video games. So they're all sitting in the computer lab at the retirement home, ready to game. They're being asked not to be too loud, as Gerald down the hall is having issues with
what
being
kind
able to
of
sleep
issues
midday. Well, sleep. There's some other medical issues, but I don't want to talk for Gerald. I'm not a medical professional, so.
Hopefully, Gerald will be all right with the Grandpa Gamers playing a couple more games on this weekend, and maybe beyond as well. I mean, this is a team, again, riding the momentum. You mentioned that series against Komodo. I mean, even game number 1, when Komodo was at full strength, Helix and Grandpa Gamers, that was, in my opinion, the more convincing win of the two matchups that they actually did end up having. And they're proving that they're continuing to be able to compete at this level of play. Matchup against Team Ambition, who did drop a game to Cheese Chasers in their group stage to get to this point, would definitely mean a lot for them.
A small bit, as we're actually going to see RBM go for an early invade. Did want to touch on the fact that he is playing Kha'Zix, a very special champion to him, not only in his own professional career, but personally.
Oh my god, he's flashing forward as well. Limo in a lot of trouble right now. The blast shield has expired. RBM just taking the turn. He's trying his best. He's not going to get the kill. He finally does the Vorpal strikes. That is in a trade 1-for-1. Man, Limo must have done something to RBM in his past life, because he was not having it.
RBM, what was that, man? Why did we just troll?
What? He really wanted that kill, man.
Why? He said, all right, I already used my E, I already used my flash, I'm committing. Respect to the bit, committing to it, but I don't know if you needed to do all that. Porsche almost even came over and stole the kill. So, a 1-for-1, it's the Kellex Grandpa Gamers getting the first blood, but that's some local experience also going over to Porsche. Like, doesn't feel too good. It does put Limo behind, and when you are playing this Vi, if you're not getting early action and you're really waiting towards 6, tracking him so early on, I think does do a bit of a number on TA. It will mean that we won't typically see action until that level 6 mark. Now,
hey, you say that. RBM's running around still. He's still
I'm in action for Limo. RBM is definitely hunting for a Porsche kill here.
Looking around, still level 4 on to Porsche, no Ragnarok just yet. This is where Pantheon can really take advantage of that lane. Levitated Snow dueling it out here in the bottom side. Evan RL gonna have that Plasma proc. A really good trade so far for the TA bottom lane, but the Winds of War come out from Clyde to make it a little bit more even.
Good job. I did also want to say that because of what actually happened there, it does split the map a little bit. Limo had cleared up to try to play around Sunlight and Porsche, but because of that, actually has to go towards the bottom side here, finish out, try to take some of these camps. And now RBM is pathing down naturally. This wave is a little bit tough. I don't think they're going to be able to find a dive, so instead just taking away more camps. RBM's going to be a bit of a sad bug here, as he's going to realize he's going to finish off his Raptors. He's also going to be spotted. Good ward placement coming out from Team Ambition. They're going to have full coverage of RBM's jungle and make it very difficult for them. Oh, Omni has
Kachu.
0 Manu.
Yeah, this is a little scary for Omni here. Kachu pops the Shroud. A lot of damage. Ooh, the Shuriken misses. I don't know if that would have been enough to kill, but it would have been a lot closer than that if it did.
Would have definitely gotten the flash out for him. So, happens. But, all right, well, we've got a bit of an even game. We had some early action, but I'm glad that besides that, we're not seeing too much. Kachu has hit level 6 and is going to teleport back in. I think this is a small timer here with Snow walking into the mid lane. If he gets into this brush before Clyde can see him, thought maybe there was going to be a play. He's going to walk back bot. That wave is shoving into Team Ambition. All right, cutting them off from the free entrance. But you see RBM, he has literally nothing to do. There's no camps for him to take. There's no scuttle to play. He can't solo the early objectives as easy as some of the other junglers in the meta right now. So leaves time for now Limo to spend all this time farming. He can be on the top side of this map, and he's very close to level 6.
That will be the difference maker. Both top laners and mid laners have reached their ulti thresholds, but Limo on the Vi was set behind a little bit early, had to resort to just hard clearing. Now has unlocked that ultimate very early on, I should say. 6 minutes and 20 seconds.
No flash on Sunlight. This should be a kill. I mean, they'll have vision of this, and you see that RBM, this is the only play they can go for right now.
Pops the Ghost already, but there comes the ulti. Here comes RBM though. Limo now under threat, getting one shot by RBM, and the second kill of the game goes to Keelix Grandpa Gamers. First kill responded though from Porsche, as now him and Sunlight are trapped in a 1v1. The Ragnarok has expired, Sunlight dashes forward, and the Comet Sphere takes him down for a 2-for-1.
That's a 2-for-1, and I love this from Sunlight. He knows he doesn't have teleport. The wave is pushing into him. Don't touch it. Force Porsche to teleport back into this lane. Great trade coming out from Keelix Grandpa Gamers. They grab 2 kills there for free. They make a really good play into the top side. And now it feels like both of these junglers should be willing and ready to play on this side of the map. Bottom side, you know that Varus and Levitate are just going to try to scale as much as possible. Evan even going for the on-hit build instead of an AD or maybe something a little bit different. And I mean, look at where their clears are right now. Limo finishing off the blue buff. He is going to be close to this dragon. They could potentially try to play for this. We also see that RBM either ready to respond or just immediately move on up. Seems like Team Ambition, they really want to try to play for this dragon. They're going to try and move Kachu, maybe look for a kill onto Omni here, and get ready, set themselves up for some dragon, hopefully even push out the bottom lane.
That undertow could end up being pretty impactful. Omni does not have teleport, so if TA want to go for the dragon, an opportunity could arise right about now. RBM clearing out those camps, working towards the top side of the map, so looks like the dragon will not end up being a factor. Instead, mid lane is here. Kachu gets shoveled under the tower, and RBM will claim another kill.
He just can't be there. Even if RBM wasn't there, that's just him under the turret. He has to be so careful about walking up with 30% HP like that. Kachu getting punished. Good job from Omleaf to find that kill. Opens them up now to immediately start up the Riftchild. And the trade here for Team Ambition is to get that dragon. A Hex Tech Drake is pretty important. I'm interested to see what the second one is, as this does kind of tell us, give us a little bit of more hints towards as to what our soul is. I think there are a few that'll be very, very impactful in this game. I think Cloud Soul actually has a lot of use here potentially. That's going to be for a future, the future part of the game.
Yeah, for now, trade of objectives. Dragon for TA, Herald here for Keelix's Grandpa Gamers, as RBM will pick that up. Seems like RBM has been more, more inclined for getting kills than for farming and claiming these objectives. The gold for his team seems to be the bigger thing for him, as now on the bottom side, TA looking for a play down towards Evan. Just uses that Empower W now for the Piercing Arrow.
Oh, Kachu's coming as well. They're going to try to look for, I mean, there's no dive to happen here. I thought maybe they were going to wait for Snow to try to go in, find an engage first, and set up for Limo. But instead, going to take the recall, go back to farming. We were talking about how RBM right now is currently behind, and a lot of this is because those early jungle camps that we did see Limo take away. Otherwise, they should be on parity with each other. And right now going for a bit of that Bruiser Kha'Zix build. So does have a lot of damage, but will have a ton of ability haste thanks to having the Gore Drinker available.
Yeah, picking up that Mythic first, despite being down a couple of camps, is kind of a testament to how RBM has played this early game. Remember, the two champions that he really prefers to play are the Kindred and the Kha'Zix. One of them was not available to him, so ends up going for the Kha'Zix instead. And is looking really solid so far in this game. And could have a big impact down here on the bottom side as well.
Oh no, it's static shit. There's 3 static ships this game.
You're not excited?
I've actually missed Static Shiv a little bit because people have just been gentleman's agreement not playing it. And it makes me sad. But also, I'm glad that it's a rare occurrence. I like when Static Shiv is not every game.
Well, we got 2 more weeks on this patch, and then will not be as common anymore. So at least you can be thankful for that, as I'm sure a lot of the players are too, getting sick of.
Well, I only have 1 week, right? Because we have our semifinals and grand finals next week, so we're chilling.
Oh, true. Yeah. Well, in
I'm
2
okay
weeks
with
then
that.
we got a new patch.
Yay! I'm so happy to be on like 13, 14 for once. You know, things could happen here. We'll stay. You know, we're gonna be stuck on this patch. We still have a couple of broadcasts to go, so we'll not be singing the praises to the end of this quite yet. But for now, we're back into that holding pattern. Small gold lead here for Kellex Grandpa Gamers thanks to finding kills, and specifically it is RBM with so much gold in his back. And even this top lane matchup, I know we've kind of moved away from it after that 2v2 scuffle, but Sunlight is just constantly pushing up against Porsche, and there's really nothing for Porsche to do until he gets a few more items, maybe get some jungle assistance. Limo is pathing now with his camps being finished towards that side. He could go up into the top lane and then try to reverse clear down, but with no real action going on, and really this is just going to be a contest for making sure they have vision, making sure that there's taking away some vision from Kellex Grandpa Gamers, and potentially even setting up for plays. I think that Limo and Snow 2 should be a much more deadly combo, and we have not seen them really link up. Maybe this is the time they change that?
They've been attempting to maybe find ganks or maybe find plays together a bunch of times. Finally, the two sides will interact. The Snow 2 does get taunted up. RBM just going to dash forward. The quickness was not even used. Levitate now diving into on Evan RL, but with the hero's entrance coming in, the Kaisa has to flash out. Kachu looking on the backside, gets shuffled in. RBM looking to try and take him down as well. Helix's Grandpa Gamers are continuing the push. A flash forward, out of flight. Here comes Sunlight as well. Limo under so much threat. The Vault Breaker not going to be used, as Helix's Grandpa Gamers get 2 for free.
What was that? The target selection from Team Ambition was all over the place. They called to try to kill Evan, but the exhaust from Clyde onto Levitate before he's able to fly over the wall. I mean, maybe they could have gotten that kill if it was onto RBM. They're actually stopping them from even hitting the wave here.
Oh man, it's so hard. Once again, the knockup lands onto 2. Clyde below 100 HP, but not enough damage for Levitate to take him down just yet, with only the static Shiv. Here's the Grandpa Gamers. They're going to get knocked up by Snow. It might be a one-way trip, but can Levitate clean up? He gets 1 kill, but it's a crucial one onto Evan. A 1-for-1 coming out for TA.
And overall, those are more and more kills going over to KGG. I mean, they even get a turret plate in mid lane. Clyde, okay, Clyde steps up and goes down. That looked like it was a single Predator missile from Kaisa W landing, because he's in this bush. Levitate was halfway up in the lane. There's no way he auto-attacked him. That was just a good job. Good job from Levitate. Again, number 3 Kaisa in the world right now. Showing off a little bit there. I think KGG staying for a little bit long, but overall, that is a massive win for them. They explode the gold lead there, and now Dragon spawning in the next couple of minutes. They still have all of their ultimates ready to go. Summoner spells are still missing on a couple of key members, but Kaisa with no killer instinct, I think is a pretty tough ask.
Yeah, I think RBM is going to be able to take this for free. The reset's coming through for Team Ambition, as they will even up this Dragon count as 1 Snow 2. What are you doing in here, man? I don't know if you're going to be able to take this one away. None of the team is by his side, and so RBM, who's having a great game so far on this Kha'Zix, will claim the Drake.
He's putting out a tribute. Respect. I'm glad that RBM is playing so well. He has a lot of close friends that were able to teach him Kha'Zix very early on, so I'm glad that he's doing some learning. He's also still trying to keep those lessons alive. Kha'Zix has definitely come back into the meta, so this isn't as unusual as I think Kha'Zix normally would be. but keeping the tempo of the game very, very high, making sure that there's not a moment for TA to really breathe, and also finding great counter punches. I need TA to refocus, realign, get back into center, because these fights have looked very sloppy for them, and not what we expected from a top 4 team.
Need to clean things up a little bit. Limo, of course, was disrupted by that early play from RBM, but hasn't really found his footing since then, other than just farming up. Now has the Divine Sunder, so could potentially be another helpful thing for him. But yeah, right now, Team Ambition looking on the outside, trying to find angles to get back into this game. This Herald might be one of them.
To get this, I mean, you already saw during that Dragon play, they got the first, they were able to put a lot of damage down. RBM dropped the Rift Herald here. RBM sneaks behind What?
Jumping in as well. Levitate is just toast. What a play by RBM. 6-2-2 on the Kaze.
He just snuck in. He used all that invisibility. Levitate was backing up because, hey, there's nothing for me to do. They took my turret here. And now they're going to try to make this play onto Sunlight. Remember, no summoner spells. Rift Herald here to take the turret. Sunlight, use the ultimate, escape. Grand Starfall. Later, losers. Okay, they get a turret in trade. TA, they're not able to grab the top laner here for Sunlight. But great trades across the map, and one that does advantage the Kellex Grandpa gamers.
One tower for a kill and a tower. Yeah, definitely gonna. I was calculating the math in my head for a second. Kellex Grandpa gamers definitely won that trade. 2,500 in the lead. Dragon spawning in 3 minutes, so not a lot to fight for. After that Herald did end up going down. You take a look at where the gold is allocated right now. I mean, it's all RBM in this game.
Yep. As it should be. RBM is playing out of his mind in this first game, having really good reads as to where TA can be, and they don't have a ton of CC to actually stop him. There's not a lot of tanks on this squad. Limo will be going the Bruiser build. You have Porsche, who is definitely going to be much more of a champion that wants to go in and wants fights to be as extended as possible. RBM, by taking this Gore Drinker, he gives himself a surprising amount of survivability. You would think as a assassin, you'd want to go for something like the Eclipse, which gives you a shield and gives you a little bit of movement speed. Doesn't really need that. He knows he's going to be jumping into a mess, and so why not get a pretty big AoE heal, giving yourself a ton of emergency HP that people won't expect. People are still surprised by Gore Drinker, and rightfully so. I feel like this item, obviously it scales with how many people are around, but like this item is ridiculous. I see Renekton press ultimate, press Q, go into a team fight, get a Gore Drinker proc, and it's like 700 HP. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Well, that just that's an entire rotation of spells for me as a marksman. Cool.
And if RBM has the power W now, even more healing potentially for him with the extra out of the Gore Drinker. I mean, it's gonna be very hard. Like, it's a very deceiving front line for Kellex and Grandpa Gamers, but their front to back actually works pretty well with Sunlight and RBM.
I'm looking forward to how we get to see, obviously you're highlighting RBM and Sunlight, but I do kind of want to see a little bit more out of the mid lane and even out of the bot lane. Evan actually going for the AP build. Interesting. Going for the Nashor Tooth. We talked about this being a possibility. Varus is that champion that has so much flexibility. We need to see them. They've mostly been passengers this game, and Varus is totally okay with that being the case. I think Azir maybe less so. And I think this game will get a little bit more difficult as items are picked up for the side of Team Ambition. They're going to have a lot more damage. They're going to be able to have kill threat, and they're obviously going to get tankier, so fights are going to last just a little bit longer.
Should be fun. 3 static shivs in one game means the team fights could be good. The wave state's also going to be impacted a little bit more from that. Dragon now spawning in about 30 seconds. Kellex Grandpa Gamers, you can see RBM hovering around the pit right now. Instead, Limo and Snow going on a bit of a different adventure. The top lane going to be their focus here.
They don't need to do much. They have such a good dive composition from the side of Team Ambition. If someone is out of position under the turret, I mean, you have Akali, Vi, Kai'Sa. Every one of these champions excels with going under the turret. Only thing for the side of Kellex Grandpa Gamers is they have to be careful, make sure that they're placing their vision in pretty smart spots, making sure that they're playing respectfully of their opponents. And right now, Omni is in a bit of a weird spot because he has his flash and ultimate. This should be the play for Team Ambition. You should be looking to try to force this out. But with Static Shiv in the back pocket of Kachu, they can't actually force Omni out of under this turret. which is already difficult enough. He still has flash, he still has the ultimate, so unless this wave is pushed up and we see him overextend on the Azir, this is just them wasting so much time on the top side for Team Ambition.
And you can see what the Grandpa Gamers are able to get on the other side, right? The very easy solo dragon for RBM will pick up their second one of the game. The Mountain Soul, when you're talking about a dive comp, having that extra resistances, having the shields will be so good for Keelix Grandpa Gamers if they're able to pick that up. They're now 2 away from securing the Soul. RBM now with 2 items, able to run around the map even better. And Team Ambition, they seem to not be able to find plays at this very moment.
Yeah.
It's hard. I don't know where the opportunity is for them to pull the trigger.
Well, unfortunately, they need to stop shoving all their weight. They need to stop donkey pushing. Like right here, this is where you're able to find that pick on Omni. If that happened like a couple minutes earlier, this would have been fine. But one of the problems with Static Shift is that, hey, you are going to push the lane. That is just a feature of the item. That is what happens when you build this item. You are going to push whatever lane you're in. And as long as the waves are under their turrets, and Team Ambition do not feel 100% comfortable with going for these, for dives, then the KGG, all they do is just farm. They do not care. You have a Varus and an Azir that are free farming, that are being able to match the wave push that you have on Team Ambition. That is a lose condition. That is a full-on loss. Yeah. If you are just farming versus this team, you are going to get outscaled. You're going to have a team where RBM is going to be level 16 Kha'Zix in your backline, 3 items, one-shotting your carries. You're going to have an Azir who has 0 threat, is going to put up a wall and stop either Porsche or Limo from having any influence. And Kachu on the side lane has been silent. He's an absolute ghost at this point. So what are you doing on the side of Team Ambition to actually push the state of the game that isn't just, let's just wait for an objective and see what happens?
I mean, even that last objective, the Dragon, they didn't even want to go for that. Their focus was the top side of the map. They weren't able to find a kill there onto Omli, so Keelix Grandpa Gamers really in a good position right now. Omli's late game Azir play has been exceptional throughout this entire tournament, and Evan RL specifically, on this AP Varus against Komodo, really was able to take it on to that next level when he hit 2 or 3 items. He now has the Nashor's Tooth, and once again, not really a ton that TA can do in this situation to try to turn this game around for the better.
Instead of playing around the Akali, who doesn't have a lot of CC setup, why are we not just playing for Porsche? Yeah, he died once, but there are so many options for you to be able to get onto Sunlight. You're saving Q. You can use your ultimate to start the fight, but you are always saving Q to try to make sure that Sunlight cannot actually do anything. You have so many slows from Porsche. That should have been their play, but they're not even going for it. It feels like Team Ambition maybe a little bit slow. KGG are totally okay with this game going like. They are fine with this game. Nothing happening. They have 2 Drakes in their back pocket. The one thing I will say is these 2 AD carries will be playing at a pretty significant range. So it is going to be on Levitate to try to poke out Omli and Evan RL before fights happen. And same thing for this Varus. If he can land arrows, he can make sure that the enemy team is very uncomfortable walking in with chunked HP bars.
That is the potential ability for both of these marksmen. Levitate on the Kai'Sa, that's a short-range marksman traditionally, but with the AP build, you can throw out those Prey Seekers, really do some damage. Looks like Levitate might be going for the Rage Blade 3rd item as well, so adding some extra assassin potential if you are able to chunk some of these carries down low. We haven't really had much action over the last 5 minutes or so. We're talking about all these what-ifs and things like that, but Dragon might be a play for Team Ambition. They're going to want to make sure the soul stacking does not continue for the Grandpa Gamers.
They're taking it slow, man. Gerald came in after those first couple plays. Like, RBM was probably shouting after finding first blood, and he's like, nope. You guys got to stop. You guys are being too loud. You whippersnappers are just... Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Cubby's also there, maybe coaching. I know that they don't have an official coach, but, talking about old Grandpa Gamers. He's That's friends crazy. With some of these. It would be fitting. Look, the only thing they could talk about is League of Legends, probably some support pathing, and golf. And that's fair.
That is a grandpa activity, I will say. My grandpa loves some golf. Speaking of Grandpa Gamers, they started up the Baron Nashor. It's at half HP. And
Clyde?
so is potentially Clyde as he has to flash over the wall. Portion with a teleport. This is a good fight for TA. They have to continue to go forward here. Kachi with a perfect execution. The target right now is Clyde. Porsche getting chunked out. He pops the Ragnarok early as RBM might have gone a little bit too far forward. Here comes the Hero Drinker. Not finding a knock-up. In comes Sunlight on the backside. Levitate dashes forward with Killer Instinct. Nobody has died in this fight. The two-man taunt that applied picks the first kill. Kachu will respond with a kill onto RBM, but Sunlight will wreak havoc on the backside. Finally, Levitate will be able to take him down. It is overall a 3-for-2 as the Grandpa Gamers come out on
The
top.
Dragon's up. Omli's going to go solo that himself. They're also going to be able to attack. Actually, just straight up calling for the Baron. Ignore the Dragon. Kachu just missed every single ability in that fight, unfortunately. The Shuriken not landing. They just didn't put damage. And I love how RBM plays around his invisibility there in that fight. He just did so much damage, being able to avoid the auto attack. Clyde, you're going to die to Baron here. Brother man, you have got to back up. Now,
That
Limo's
max damage
alive.
shield did not
Porsche
do
is
enough.
here.
Oh, Porsche, he's going in. Okay, the shield gets prompted off of Omli. Clyde is one arm away from going down. Here comes Snow as well.
Porsche!
Porsche gets two. Porsche wins the fight. And Team Ambition turn it around. It's a triple kill for the Olaf, and teleports are coming in.
He's getting so much HP. There was no mana there for Evan. And instead of trying to flash out, he just says it's a foregone conclusion. He's going to start this up. Team Ambition, their newest top laner, someone who is going to have to fill in for Bajani as he left the team, comes up huge for the squad. Finds a massive triple kill now. Kachu.
Spotted out by him and Sunlight. Here comes Snow and lands a knockup. What a charm out of Snow 2 to take down the Keyless Grandpa Gamers jungler. And Team Ambition, they turn this game right on its head. They'll get this Baron. The Turo Baron buff belongs to them. And so does another kill on the Sunlight.
I don't know if maybe they were just sleepy little kittens before this game, or there was just like, they just didn't know what to do because the game started off at such a rough point for them. But off a single positioning error from Clyde, from the fact that no one was able to back up this Galio, Team Ambition completely swing the gold lead. They take the Baron here.
Man.
That's a mistake coming out from Limo. Dragon is up. This should be their objective to take. What a great swing. And it all starts because of the new top laner, Porsche, coming in and starting a massive play for them.
Man, seeing Porsche come back feels so good. As somebody who's watched a lot of Collegiate, watched Porsche throughout the last couple of years, he always is able to deliver. And for Team Ambition, once again in the driver's seat, but are getting caught out multiple times after their successful play, as Snow 2 will fall. The Dragon already belonged to Grandpa Gamers, but now Snow also an extra pocket of gold on top of that.
Okay, well, there's that Dragon. It's the Dragon Soul, or Dragon Soul Point. Soul coming up in 5 minutes. We talked about earlier how, hey, having that soul would feel really nice. Not a lot of tank stats being built, so a lot of it is going to just be building out for the shield, and whatever small resistances you may have do get amplified just a touch. Here for Grandpa Gamers, you talked about how, hey, only on the late game Azir play is very, very strong, and now is going to have to kind of build off of a pretty destroyed base, all things considered. The only two outer turrets are those bot lanes, and Porsche is going to take one of them now. So structures are falling across the map. Level 16 on Azir. He really needs to put up. If you can't win at this position with, a pretty decent team, you're still within arm's reach of your opponents, I think is a pretty big mark on your record. Like you had such a strong lead in the early game. You guys were leading, and you lost a single fight and suddenly look lost.
And need to try to find a solution right now as Team Ambition pushing onto the bottom lane tier 2. Not able to find an engage just yet. Limo has the ulti available. Or Evan likely the target here, as Omli is still clearing waves in mid. If you are just joining us on LCS_Challengers, the NACL will be starting shortly. If you want to watch the continuation of this series, you can head on over to Rally Cry Official, but we're going to keep things right here as the Baron buff play continues. Tier 2 under fire right now. Looks like TA a little bit hesitant to pull the trigger.
For sure, both of these teams have definitely been hesitant, right? Like, we talked about how for a majority of this game, TA were doing absolutely nothing proactive. They were waiting, they were always reactive. The only few plays that they did find ended up backfiring on them. And now, when you are ahead, Levitate should never show on the lane. The only time you should show up is auto attack once, go back into Fog of War, and start spamming Ws over the wall. The long range, your ability to poke is very, very annoying, especially for a champion like Azir, who his only way to interact with you is by being in range of his soldiers. He hates being outranged. This is one of the ways you can try to dismantle KGG before a fight starts. And now we're just going to be waiting. We have 2.5 minutes before either the Drake or the Baron spawns. Grapes, I don't know how much more setup we're going to really need. There's going to be a lot of vision being cleared out. There's going to be waves pushed, but we're waiting for those 2 objectives before we get any real action.
Have to remember, of course, while there was no inhibitors taken down off of that Baron power play, Team Ambition have swung the gold lead pretty handily. It's now at 5,000, and you can see that in the itemization that some of our players have on the bottom of your screen. Levitate nearing that completed Zoni's Hourglass almost certainly will be able to come in for him by the time this next dragon spawns. And now, RBM and the rest of KGG setting up shop in their bottom side jungle. Portion Snow 2 doing a good job coordinating together, keep themselves safe. Is now Limo looking for a play. They find the ulti on Omni. Here
Here's
they
the
go.
Galio.
Kachu one-shots him, and the Azir is down. Sunlight coming in though, has a lot of damage, pops the shield to keep himself safe.
Evan's
As
not
Limo
hitting.
is at low HP. RBM on the backside is completely isolated as the Kha'Zix gets a bit of a taste of his own medicine for now. Kachu takes him down. The taunt will land though onto Porsche, but he's not going to go down. He's staying alive, and Levitate's free hitting onto the backside. Team Ambition win out on the fight. Snow 2 lands a knock up even though Evan used the flash, and that is the game. TA take game 1 of this quarterfinal.
What an insane fight there. I mean, Evan just wasn't able to hit during that entire time. He's over the wall. He's not able to be in a good position. And Team Ambition, after a very scrappy early game, after one that we were saying, hey, KGG, you're looking pretty good for yourselves, they go ahead and win game 1 off of the back of a really good play from not only Levitate, but I think Kachu also really executed in that last fight.
Yeah, Kachu was kind of, not having the best start to the game. Got caught out multiple times with shuffles from Omni, and seemed like never was able to have enough of an impact in some of these fights. Finally came alive though in that last exchange between those 2 teams. Was able to find picks onto RBM, and man, Levitate as well, playing that just fantastically overall for their team. And Team Ambition, even though they did struggle a little bit, we're worried about them at least halfway through that game. They did show why they are one of our top seeds headed into the NACL qualifiers.
For sure. And we're going to be looking forward to some of the adaptations. I think for Team Ambition, they might still be kicking themselves. That was not a clean game by any standard. And KGG, you had some of the pieces. You had some of the tools to be able to get over the finish line. But you just got caught out at the very last moment. Got one shot there by Limo for Omni. So going to need to be looking at that, maybe reviewing a little bit more. But Grapes, we're getting ready to go into our second game. We're also going to the second game on the other stream. Cheese Chasers lost game 1. So very easily, this could be the end of the broadcast coming up soon. I mean, it's up to KGG. It's up to Telex Grandpa Gamers. If they want to be able to play a third game, they need to take it here and get ready for game 2.
Yeah, NACL also about to get started. A reminder, if you do want to catch the conclusion of both of our Challengers League qualifiers quarterfinals, you can head on over to twitch.tv/RallyCry official and RallyCry 2, at least on a second monitor, because there's some really good NACL games coming up as well. When we return, the game 2 draft of Helix and Grandpa Gamers versus Team Ambition will be on your screens.
The LCS Challengers League is brought to you by Turo, the world's largest car sharing marketplace. Find your drive.
Thank you, Deserex. Welcome back, everybody, at the LCS Challengers League Qualifiers. Game number 2 between Team Ambition and Keelix's Grandpa Gamers. On your screens in just a couple of minutes. Hopefully, just as exciting as that last game that we did have, Alk Battery, because Keelix's Grandpa Gamers, our lower seed, put up a bit of a fight, especially in that early game.
So far, the lower seeds, at least on this stream, I don't think it's happening on the other stream on Rally Cry 2, but our lower seeds are giving us at least a little bit of a fight up against our expected favorites. I think that that's kind of interesting. But we do see in the end that it is going to be as dominant as ever. Team Ambition, off of a single play, thanks to Porsche, come back and completely manhandle that game. I did want to touch on at the end there how Levitate and Snow were just firing away. This is one of the few duos that we have that is returning. Originally played on that Tony Top roster like we were talking about earlier. But they don't have to work on underlying synergy issues. They don't have to, they know what each other wants, similar to Lit, actually, who are playing currently. They spoke a lot about how they've paired up at the beginning of the year, and so now we're 7 months away now from that start point, and it feels like they're just getting better and better, especially Snow, who has stepped up huge for this team on both of the teams he's played on this year.
Yeah, I mean, that Recon play towards the end, multiple really huge charms. That pick onto RBM right around the Baron ended up being massive. And then the catch onto Evan to end the game, of course, also just a really, really solid play out of Snow 2. One of the newer pieces to this Team Ambition roster, to that Tony Top roster, as there are a lot of younger players on TA as, one of the top teams in the NACL qualifiers, which is super exciting to see.
For sure. We're getting right into the second draft. It seems like a bit faster. Olaf is actually hitting the table here, which I think is really interesting. They did win that part of the matchup, but with how the compositions were kind of laid out, it's very difficult to actually deal with this champion. There are very few that handle Olaf very well. I'm surprised Sunlight isn't going to be the kind of person to pick up a Jace versus the Olaf. It is a very tough matchup, but if we're going to be playing towards a unique top laner anyway, it's pretty cool.
What's up? What's wrong? What's wrong, Oak? You good?
I see a LeBlanc on my screen, man.
See that patch up there as well? We're on 13-11.
I see 13-11.
Not on live right
I'm
now.
Not
the
happy
Shiv is still
about
in the
it.
game. Yay, we get LeBlanc. We get Omni. Wave clearing.
Woo!
All the time.
It's almost like he wasn't doing that last game. He wasn't just wave clearing, but this time on his here. Vi, I think, is a great answer. It's someone that at level 6 can actually interact. One of the few things that junglers always complain about with LeBlanc is, I can't lock down this damn champion. So, to hit it with an ultimate, should be staying still, at least for a couple of seconds while you're getting all your crowd control off. Keelix's Grandpa Gamers are going to take away the Xayah from the Rakan. I do tend to favor the Rakan if you're going to be able to pick him up, just because he allows your support to do so many wacky and get away with some pretty int plays that you wouldn't be able to get away with if you're playing a different champion. But by grabbing the Nautilus, you are automatically trying to grab a counter matchup, trying to lock down this Rakan, and a lot of good crowd control, I think, from both teams. I just need to see some damage now. I need to see some very real damage, and the AD carry pool should be getting pinched here. Aphelios, Zeri, all of these things should be taken away from Levitate.
Kais is still on the board as well, so those are 3. If Keelix's Grandpa Gamers want to focus 2 bans, you'll at least get one of them on R4. Kais is going to be taken away, as we said. Really, really good poke, and then also that final fight, Levitate was really able to do a ton of damage to take down Keelix's Grandpa Gamers. The same bans on 1-2 in the second phase for Team Ambition, as Sunlight just not going to have any fun this game.
Sunlight from Solo Q, man, when he does get these champions, it's very clear why he's so good at them. He's put so much time into both of these, and to see them take it away sucks for us, but definitely as a competitor, you do not want to be playing against it. I'm sure a lot of players are probably a little more familiar with playing against Garen after Moose Hater sent on wildcard this last Challengers League split, but Darius is definitely a little bit more unique, unless you're constantly going up against someone like Barrack in solo queue.
Hey, we got a lot of Dariuses in this tournament. We got Sunlight, Barrack, and Dragoon all playing right now. And that's always a fun thing to keep an eye on. I wonder what the pick ban was like for that other series. Make sure to check that out on Rally Cry 2 if you are not there already right now, as the Jinx gets picked up for Levitate here.
Ooh, okay. Trying not to get baited by hovers, but I did see a Karthus jungle yesterday from our boy Colthrow. It was the one game that they won.
Did they win? Yeah.
He played Karthus jungle. He kind of dropped the bomb. It was kind of great. And then they lost game 3 really, really disappointingly. It was not very fun. We're getting the final picks here. Nocturne. So Kellex Grandpa Gamers with their mid jungle are very, very dive oriented. Because it is a different kind of LeBlanc build, I wonder once we get into the side lanes that this power duo between RBM and Omni are going to be very, very potent. With the Poppy as well, doing a lot of great things. I love Poppy here. I just think they don't have a lot of damage. This is a team that is going to have fights go very, very long, and Evan Aurel needs to be there in good positions. I just don't know if Xayah is going to be that champion because she has to chase after someone like a Nocturne. She has to walk forward. She has to go in front of her spells, and everyone's going to be peeling away anyway. Xayah loves when champions are going to be walking towards her, trying to dive. I just don't know if this is it. Team Ambition have really good range. They have a fine matchup in the top side with Porsche on Gwen. This is yet another game, Grapes, where I'm looking at the Game 2 draft and I'm thinking our higher seed came out with a lot of great champions.
Yeah, the front to back going to work really well for them. Levitate's Jinx has been exceptional throughout the tournament here, even though was known for playing a lot of Zeri in the spring split, has been able to expand that pool a little bit, and we did see against Cheese Chase he did have some really good performances on the Jinx, and so getting to be that primary carry for this team, definitely a good sign for Team Ambition. Sunlight had the blind, so he went for the Poppy without the Garen or the Darius available, and Porsche should have a pretty good time. I would have also not been surprised to see another tank picked up for Porsche, as he often likes to opt into some of these weak side matchups, but some more carry pants for him up in the top side as well.
Porsche has done so much work already, not only just in this series, but across every single team he's been on. He's a guy that is going to be a little bit quieter in game when we look at how he's going to be playing his role. Obviously, top lane has not been a huge focus in the meta for a long time, and people are still trying to figure out different ways. There's some different split push builds. Gnar versus Gwen tends to happen quite a bit. But when we see Porsche, it is on those gangplanks that he is so well known for. It is on things like the Gwen, and now the Olaf that he's being able to bring out recently, that it feels like as a secondary win condition, he feels really comfortable, not necessarily being the spotlight, but being that guy that will turn a fight, turn a game on its head, and at least put you in a good position to try to win.
Yeah, and it's really, really cool to see that piece come in. I feel like overall, it definitely seemed like an upgrade to me, seeing Porsche arrive. The question to me was how much of an impact it would have actually had. So far, looking pretty good up in the top lane for Team Ambition. Of course, the winner of this does have to play against Mirage Alliance. If you are TA, did face them in OQs the last game of Swiss. Not a very close game, I should say. And so for them, I think having the confidence to come out with a very dominant win here will be important as they continue to move forward.
Sure, it also works vice versa, right? Like if Mirage Alliance, the way that they took care of business, they're feeling confident. They're feeling chill. We obviously got to talk to Sudsy. That's okay. Like he's obviously going to be a very confident person. Just being on a winning team helps with that. And for Team Ambition, same thing. We're talking about momentum. We're talking about being able to play on Saturday next week. You will have a couple days to at least decompress, come off of a win, and then come back into the office and be like, okay, what do we need to do next? How are we preparing for the next couple of games? Because right after that, no matter who wins, they're playing the grand finals the very next day. And while the bracket is still getting filled out, we obviously, we were talking about it before, Rally Cry 2, you have the Cheese Chasers versus Lit Esports going on. Lit did take the first game, so very, very real that, all of our top seeds, summer may be right. And both of these teams, and every team really should be trying to... This is really hard because winning is obviously very good. But the points matter. The amount of money that you're going to get for making top 4 compared to top 8 is very, very different. Making top 2 is obviously a bigger boost there. So there's so much incentive for these players to be moving forward in this path to pro.
Team Ambition currently sitting at 70 points. Kellex Grandpa Gamers, I believe, at 55 with their win in the lower half of the bracket right now. So
yes,
they are definitely in the better spot for TA, as of course they were the higher seed, and they did get rewarded with those 10 bonus points for participating in being the first seed in the winners bracket on that side. And another win here would put them in a really good position to qualify into the promotion relegation tournament come late August, I believe, or late July, or no, it is late August of 2023.
I was gonna say, yeah, we got a couple of, because we still have to get through this tournament, so we have until next week, which is halfway through July, and then you have probably a week break. We have our OQs, we have all of our groups, which is another 4 weeks. So that's probably going to be like mid-August. It's looking like for a release time, which is perfectly fine. There's a lot of games going on. Challengers League is even on right now, so like everybody is getting through this truncated kind of split.
Yeah, should be fun to continue to watch as, once again, Team Ambition with a win here bump themselves up to 90 points. That's pretty solid, half without even playing your semifinals, your last week of competition. But before we hop into game number 2, quick reminder that the NACL qualifiers are brought to you by Turo, the world's largest car sharing marketplace. For any car you want. Get more at the cars at Turo.com. Turo.com.
I've actually used Turo. I talked about this before, but I've actually used Turo, and it's pretty good.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So I obviously we didn't know that. I didn't know in particular that we were getting this sponsor, but I don't know if I would have been able to use it 6 months ago, but definitely would have felt cool. Oh, what is going on? Huh?
5 stack up to the top side.
Okay. Sunlight had the right idea. I don't think Kellex Grandpa Gamers were all on the same page there. Because as soon as that flash comes out, Clyde should be doing the same. Clyde should be flashing in to try to land the hook. Porsche does not have anything but a Q level 1. That should be their play to go for. And unfortunately, it just means it's a pretty free trade. Which is, it kind of sucks. It kind of sucks as a top laner.
You spend all those resources and you just don't get anything. You actually lose out on it. So.
Yep. Yeah. That feels pretty bad. Not a great start to the game, but it's level 1. The flash will be back in 4 minutes. So Limo is pathing away. You're chilling. They do see where RBM is right now, and that's a little worrisome, but that's for RBM, that's for Porsche to worry about.
Starting things off here, both junglers on opposite sides of the map. RBM, the Raptors have a shrug, will pass away up top, and they'll try to find some impact. Obviously, the invade was a really important part of how KGG Gamers got onto that early advantage. Clyde, missing out on the dredge line right here, still able to root up Levitate, but taking a big chunk.
That was a pretty awful trade, guys. I don't know. I look at these. I always look at bot lane from the bot lane perspective as someone who plays this lane.
Okay.
That trade right there is pretty bad. Now Snow, finally they get a huge trade onto him, but that's the Ignite as well. Getting the flash out of Snow 2 is really, really important. It does mean that it is very difficult. Trading so much HP to try to hit that level 2 is very, very nice. And for T8, they just have to survive the early storm. As long as this bottom lane isn't able to find kills, isn't able to get massive amounts of advantages, you're going to feel very fine as Jinx in this composition. You have Vi and Annie as setters. You have this Rakan who can provide peel and engage. It's just perfect. Like, you just need one reset and the game's over.
Was surprised, though, down in the bottom lane, that Evan and Clyde did hit level 2 first, even though that first trade went well for Team Ambition. Does cost Snow his flash, although the Ignite was used by Clyde. Limo on the bottom side of the map, as Felix Grandpa Gamers, they are pushed up pretty heavily. So maybe a play can be made if Evan and Clyde step too far forward. Level 3 now hit for both as dredge line goes wide.
That dredge line almost hit me. That was really close. I'm surprised it didn't lollipop. I know there's always those discussions of like Nocturne or the Nautilus ultimate or the Nautilus hook not necessarily landing, and then it somehow like hooks behind a minion. I love that champion for that exact reason. It's pretty degenerate, but right now we're not seeing anything. And honestly, this is really on Team Ambition to get early action done for what Limo wants to do. RBM is going to be farming till 6. If Limo wants to engage anytime, it is on him to make some early plays. But again, we talked about it. They want to scale. They want to hit 3 items on their Jinx. They want to let Levitate carry this game. And for KGG, they are the beatdown. They need to find early plays. They need to be able to get an advantage in one of these lanes. I don't care which one it is, but you have like you have a losing matchup in mid. There's no reason for Kachi to ever die in this lane solo to LeBlanc. And Sunlight's in a pretty bad matchup as well, so you're playing around bottom lane, and that's just not feeling very good. As long as they're playing correctly, Team Ambition should be covering for bottom lane, and KGG just have very little actual plays to go for.
Another trade down here. Snow landing the knockup onto Evan. Gets hit up by the Flame Choppers as well. But even with that trade, Wave getting shoved in really does not open up opportunities for RBM to go for a play. Waiting for that level 6 probably as another re-engage comes through. Snow getting tagged with the hook. Looks like they should be fine though. Taking a little bit of extra damage so the Ignite comes out again. Snow has to be really careful. One more auto attack. That is first blood for MNRL and Keelix's Grandpa Gamers.
There we go. They made it happen. We talked about their bottom lane needing to be the source of pressure for KGG, and they make it happen. Now, RBM wants to stop Levitate from picking up any of this. But you already see from the opposite side, Team Ambition, they're sending their jungler and support to get back in here. Forcing the flash out of Levitate is a huge win. RBM is maybe like, he's what, 3 camps away from hitting level 6, and that is something that they can come back to if they want to make a return gank.
Yeah, no flash or ghost on Levitate, no summoners on the Team Ambition bottom side, or Keelix Grandpa Gamers bottom side, I should say, for the next couple of minutes. With the dragon spawning now, you see Limo around there. Maybe that is the response that TA can make.
Don't know if they're really going to be able to pick up a dragon here. They do a lot of damage, but it is Cloud Drake, and Cloud Drake is, Cloud Drake's got hands, bro. Like, I don't know how much jungle you've played or if you've tried to solo this dragon before pretty early. It is not fun. Yeah, so not going to be getting too much out of that. It seems like RBM right now, he's going to finish out his top side camps. Maybe he looks for something here, but shouldn't be all that much. Again, Team Ambition, they just need to make sure that whatever plays KGG are going for, if they can play reactionary, I'm perfectly okay with that. Their composition scales. You have a side laner, someone who can match Omni, and you have so much setup for team fights. We're really just waiting for that moment, and RBM should not be looking at... The only time RBM gets into the river is to take Scuttle. That is it. And you even see right here, Snow's moving. Kachu has priority from mid lane, so he's moving on over. Really cuts RBM out from any available plays.
He's having a rough time so far. Of course, once the Nocturne hits level 6, that is when we are starting to shift our expectations possibly in terms of what RBM really can do. But right now, it is Keelix's Grandpa Gamers with a slight lead off of that kill on the bot side, but apart from that, Team Ambition playing the early game pretty well. The only mistake really is Snow 2 stepping too far forward off of that first blood. And down in the bottom lane, they're actually fighting once again as the dredge line does connect onto Levitate. Just a couple of extra shots being fired down there. As level 6 is now open for Evan.
Oh, Grapes, you're getting really good at reading the minimap. Respect.
This is helping me, yeah.
You're...
Casting has helped me a lot with playing the game a little bit here. As Kachu, sorry, Omni I should say, on the LeBlanc down here.
No flash, he should be dead.
Root onto Levitate, he is just dead. What a beautiful roam out of Keelix's Grandpa Gamers. They get their second kill.
Omni moves on over. We talked about it. Hey, Levitate doesn't have any flash. We should be playing aggressively. It opens up them a kill. It gets another one here for the side of Evan RL. And Omni, he missed out on a wave. He gave up a plate, but his bottom side just got an additional one, and they're getting the dragon.
Now Kachu has to be careful as well. Clyde, who that dredge line hits. Is your fridge okay there, Dimitri?
Junglers, wait, our junglers, RBM is super low. He had to flash out of the pit. That's a dragon being given over to Limo. We need a Timo. We need a TA Limo.
TA Limo. Like, once Team Ambition win Worlds, yeah. Gonna get the skin. First dragon of the game for Team Ambition. Once again, though, it is Keelix's Grandpa Gamers finding advantages where we maybe weren't expecting them to in the early game.
Wow. That was just a small comedy of errors with the fact that Nocturne was literally leashing it essentially to Limo. Limo immediately ran over. They did not clear the ward. And I think that was a bit of greed coming out from Keelix's Grandpa Gamers as they thought, we have priority, our bot lane just did a big play. But that also meant that Evan took a recall, was not available to be there. Clyde, he took that time to roam into mid. They weren't able to find Kachu. And at that point, it's just not your play. You just spent all of your resources towards the bottom side. You do have to take a second. You do have to pause. It is TA's turn to take the dance and lead. And right there, they overextend their hand. They give over the dragon, and that's not what you want to see from the side of KGG. Giving over dragons and not giving yourself a stacking win condition later on in the game to force TA to walk up to you is not a great position. It is one where TA are, again, going to feel better and better the longer this game goes.
Yeah, and even that, of course, the lead is good for KGG Grandpa Gamers, but there's something that we touched upon at the start of game, right after the draft concluded, is the lack of damage potentially on KGG Grandpa Gamers. Evan RL is ahead, 2-0, has the Kraken Slayer, but I mean, it's him as the main source of DPS. Other than that, it's only looking for assassinations. RBM trying to dive onto a backliner without falling first. I mean, it's going to be tough as we continue to go forward. So KGG Grandpa Gamers, they need to keep the pace up. RBM has the paranoia available, and rightfully so, going for a play on this Rift Herald.
Sunlight was pinging it. You saw RBM did the same, but they did not clear the brush. They did not clear the inside of the Rift Herald pit, and they had priority. You saw that Kachu do it this wave. He didn't have to miss out on too much. He comes right back into the mid lane, and he just walks over. It's another neutral objective now. Rift Herald going over to the side of TA. This bottom lane is just not having any fun. Yeah. Snow is not even level 6 at this point. 11 minutes into this game, another plate going over. This could be 2 here for Evan RL. You said, hey, they had that lack of damage. This is what we need to see. If we get gold into Evan RL, he can get more items, he can do more damage, and he is going to have to be the win condition at this point, because you're looking at a side lane threat in Omni. But is it going to be in bottom side? Like, you're going to move your bot lane, shift them into mid. You're going to have only on this LeBlanc pushing out the bottom wave with how long it is after this turret goes down. You need Evan RL to have the items. Otherwise,
I mean, he's going to get some more right here. Snow just getting caught out once again. Clyde has been playing this lane really well, as Evan just has all 3 of the kills for KGG Grandpa Gamers at this point.
I said how usually Rakan is very good because it lets you get away with int plays. That right there, there's no champion to get you back over the wall. Use the W to get over. You didn't have the flash. Levitate staying under this turret. He wants to make his stand and go for this.
Nice vault breaker away. Yeah, that dodges it. Evan RL almost getting hit up by the Flame Choppers. Has the ulti still as the rocket not utilized just yet. Clyde walking a little bit too far forward. Now Levitate has been unlocked. Pops the ghost. Rocket coming out, barely going to be dodged away from as Omni will join the fight to push Levitate away.
What a great play coming out from Levitate, who in solo queue, hey man, this man is a grind lord right now. He is playing so much solo queue. You can check out his stream. He is constantly streaming all the time, and it's showing some of the practice. At least he is just putting in the hours, and he's playing as aggressive as he can because he needs to. When you are this far behind, you will not get back in by playing safe, by playing standard. You need to get aggressive. You need to be looking for kills like that and pushing the boundaries of what you can actually do. Trusting his Jinx, trusting a champion that he's really learned during this offseason alongside the Kaisa. Try to make up for maybe some of his early woes. Or he's about to get solo killed in a counter matchup.
Man.
All right, man. Good job of Sunlight.
Woo! This is a weird game, man. This is strange.
What was that emote from Sunlight?
Did not catch it.
It looked like a purple minion, but like kind of doing like some Shadow Wizard Money Gang like pose. Like, it was kind of lit. I kind of want that emote now. I have most of them, but that one's goes tough. That one's kind of tough.
Maybe we can interview if they do end up taking this game, because right now they're about almost 3,000 gold up. They're in a very good position as KGG Grandpa Gamers have found ways to continue to push their advantages. Dragon is now spawned. The Ocean Drake in the sights, the Grandpa Gamers. Kachu has the stun ready, but here comes the depth charge into Paranoia. Here comes RBM under the tower. Maybe a little bit too far forward, though. The Tibbers lands onto Omni.
Levitate, though.
So does the ulti. Levitate on touch. So with 3 charms on to KGG Grandpa Gamers, and they get the first kill onto LeBlanc. Evan RL and RBM are still alive. Snow dashing forward will go down, but RBM is so low. Finally, Levitate will get a reset. But Sunlight in, has the stun, has so much armor, and Levitate cannot do anything against the Poppy. Limo gets one back onto Evan, but will not be able to live for much longer as Sunlight is here to play. Evan RL was stayed alive for so long in that fight, and KGG's Grandpa Gamers get the win.
Fantastic timer coming out from Sunlight. By finding that solo kill, you force the teleport out from Porshiko's top lane. Sunlight recalls, runs straight to this fight. It's going to be a turret traded there for the side of Team Ambition, but they wholesale lose that fight. A lot of shutdown gold going over to the members of KGG as Evan RL untouched for a majority of that. And while Levitate was trying to fire away, he just never found an execute until the very, very last moments. And by that time, he has no flash, he has no ghost. Poppy comes in, cleans it up, more kills for them. And now Sunlight, an unspoken hero for them, usually is going to be the one that has unorthodox top lane picks. He's playing the Poppy now. He's played Aurelion Sol in the past, and he looked like one of the brightest spots of this team, even in losses. It's good to see him now showing up.
And now with 3 kills. I mean, who's killing this guy for the foreseeable future? Levitate just finished the Kraken Slayer. You saw right there, it was not a fair fight. Sunlight destroys him at this stage of the game. And, you know, other than that, you're looking at Porsche maybe to try and help take down this massive tank for Keelix's Grandpa Gamers. We're in a very good spot, even though the fight kind of did get kills into TA. A lot of them were on Limo, not necessarily the person that Team Ambition wants them on. And so, yeah, right now that is where we're going to have our eyes on. Snow in a bit of a bad spot, but we'll stay alive.
Remember, for everybody who maybe wasn't watching Game 1, or for those who have been here, Game 1 was KGG. Early game, looking very strong, looking competitive, and certainly pushing TA. This time around, same thing kind of happening, where their bottom lane is winning. Levitate and Snow, some of their winning phases have been a little bit suspect, but it came down to a single team fight at around the 25-minute mark, right? The game ends immediately. They get so much extra gold, and the gold lead just evaporates for them. So we need to see how their mid game is here. 16 minutes. They get the second dragon for themselves. And Rifttailed is available. You see that Nocturne is coming back out onto the map, only is on the side lane in the top lane. And every single lane should be able to push here for the side of KGG. We'll see if Team Ambition can actually mount a defense, mount a comeback here, because it is all eyes on the opposite sides of the map. Sunlight is unpushable on now, like her Porsche. She's gonna have to wait until second item, and you see Evan RL, he's a full item up over Levitate and a level as well, so just huge leads.
Oh, Limo looking for a play onto Evan. The Featherstorm still available, and that buys enough time for the recall to come through. In comes RBM with Paranoia, and already Limo was shut down. Levitate has to pop the heal to keep himself alive. Kachu trying to assassinate Evan. Tibbers, not enough to take him down. Sunlight on a rampage as the Grandpas get 2 more.
Levitate lives through all of that, and Porsche gets another turret. I don't know how meaningful it is, I'm going to be honest. Getting 2 kills there and losing your mid-tier 1 is pretty big. But Porsche now, you've gone 2 solo turrets to yourself. You have a small CS advantage because Sunlight is being called over to the opposite side of the map. We need to see you step up big, and you did so in Game 1 on your Olaf. That Baron play saved your team the game and brought you guys back in. But we need to see another Gwen performance just like that. We need to see him being able to step up and bring a win for this team. Is everywhere else, it is just suffering. Limo just looks so off, even on the second game of Vi, just not landing anything here. As the ultimate, I don't really know. Okay, yeah, this is just a free kill on the Glide. I don't know why this guy's allowed to back here.
Looks like he's not. There's the ulti, the rocket taking him down, as Limo has to try to escape, but Evan sticks 1 extra feather into his back and takes him down. Omli coming in with a teleport as well. That mid-tier 1 sure to go down unless Porsche can do something about it.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought that this might be the series to bring
Go,
us to
Paranoia.
3?
The target is Porsche. He has to get away. The needlework does so much damage, and RBM will drop to the ground. Tibbers chasing Omli, but it's just the clone. Just 1 kill. Once again, back. Junglers are both down.
You saw how close this was. Oh my god, Omli finds that kill onto Snow, who has not had the best game so far. We talked about how awesome that they were in Game 1. Their engages were superb. This time around, they just feel lost as an entirety. The whole team just really not able to get anything done. While RBM sends it, chucks it, gives a free kill over to Levitate. Like, we're not seeing much, and Evan is still a hoss when it comes to damage. You saw how much they were able to get on the back foot there as soon as they're able to peel back. Evan is still kind of the lead here, and 6-1-5. on this Xayah. Needs to be able to bring it home, needs to be able to bring a victory to be able to keep themselves in this series and in contention for that semifinals.
I think Sudsy might need to pay a visit to Snow's house. Get him to a little bit better right now. I mean, this guy had such a great performance in game number 1. Has been caught out just a couple too many times here. The charms still have come through around some of these big fights, but need to see a little bit more out of some of our young prospects here in the tier 3 scene. As right now the vets are showing them up.
Ooh, they have a really good flank here.
Wow, RBF
Glides
going
in.
very far forward. Clyde lands a dredge line as well. Depth charge in onto Levitate, and Snow goes down for the 5th time this game. Evan Arel with 7 kills in this one.
Way too far up.
Gamers are looking really good.
They're going to summon the Rift Herald here, and they might even be able to save it. Actually, that is so hilarious, man. The static shift proc hit Levitate and stopped his recall. So we're able to grab this as well as a mid-tier 2. There's nothing for Kachu and Porsche to do here.
Yeah,
What
proc.
in the-
Looks like
I
it's going to
mean-
get taken down. No, big tippers
Okay.
actually come out. You know what,
Porsche,
for Porsche.
though.
Here comes the rocket. Evan Arel is shut down. A big fight coming out from TA as they're looking to continue the chase. Porsche teleports behind them, and RBM will fall.
They're gonna go for
right
Baron
in
here.
time for the Baron Nasher to spawn. Team Ambition find 3.
Levitate hits the Ghost, they hit the Nas, they're going to go straight onto Subjective. What can the solo laners of KGG do? They knock Levitate immediately out, so that takes a lot of the kill threat onto this.
Only on the
But
flank.
Omli should be able to keep them out of the pit. Flashes available for both of them.
Baron's at half. Clyde has just respawned. It will just be Only in Sunlight trying to stop this play. Poppy is tanky, but I don't know if he has enough damage to take down this Baron. Only looking to assassinate Levitate. Chunks him down to 40% HP. The Baron will go down, and Team Ambition find a huge break.
What is up with Team Ambition and Baron plays here? The Turo Baron buff going over to them. KGG now, this is their time. Take up the dragon, get the 3rd dragon of the game. It's been a rather slow game, objectively speaking. And now, I mean, they wasted a lot of utility there, like the teleport coming out from Sunlight. Even Porsche's teleport, I think, is pretty important. They didn't find much off of it. It does corral Sunlight and RBM away from each other to try to split it. Levitate, you're just too far up, brother. Use the Gale Force to get out. Wow.
Levitate has been able to stay alive a little bit better in some of these fights, but look at the gold right now. It is still Evan RL with a huge advantage. That is probably still a full item. Yeah, take a look at that. 3 done for Evan, 2 done for Levitate. This guy is going to still do huge damage if they can't get onto him.
He is a full item down for Levitate. LTR already finished, and Evan's even looking for his 4th item here. So, very tough. You already see Levitate, he just can't step up. He doesn't know. He does not want to get hit with a Clyde ultimate and be killed immediately without the flash. Gale Force being down as well, like we were just talking about. This mid-tier 1 is going to be impossible to siege unless TA can find a pick. Right now, KGG are just not giving it to them. They're clearing out vision. They're stopping them from being able to walk up. And a lot of this is the threat of Evan RL and RBM waiting in the wings.
Limo, Vault Breaker out. Tier 1 under threat. He dashes forward. Clyde lands a hook, but only onto a minion. Evan RL gets caught by Tibbers. And here comes Snow on the flank. 2 already down, and Evan is one of them. As the bot lane for Helix Grandpa Gamers does both fall. Sunlight and Only have to continue to do the damage, but Team Ambition will unrelentingly push.
They're just going to take this, and it comes off the back of Limo going in there. Limo finding the ultimate. It keeps Clyde, and it means that Clyde cannot actually stop Levitate from hitting. Porsche being a fantastic secondary carry for this team right now. By standing in the front line, he's drawing all the attention onto himself, aggroing everybody, saying, I'm basically going to be the raid tank. I'm going to be the DPS tank that all of you need, secondary off tank, making sure that I'm putting threat and causing the opponents to look at me and not hit our backline. Levitate able to free fire into Clyde's back, finds the kill there. They find the pick onto Evan, and by the time that Sunlight throws out the ultimate, Porsche's already long gone. All the damage is done. They grab 2 turrets there, which opens up the map so much. It grants them a small gold lead now. So this Baron buff has been really good for the side of Team Ambition. They're going to have a dragon spawning in 2.5 minutes. Let's see what they can actually do. We're still waiting to see Porsche on the side lane. He has teleport available now. and he is just getting more and more gold. No one can really match him on the side. After Sunlight, he got one of those. So the only death that Porsche has is that solo kill that he found. He's getting stronger and stronger. Death cap soon to be.
3-1-2, 350 goal shutdown as Porsche has kind of an unsung hero throughout this game. We've been talking about Limo finding picks, Levitate staying alive in these fights, but Porsche, probably the strongest player on this team right now. And with that death cap would be even more scary. Dragon spawning in 2 minutes. Right now, Team Ambition don't have a ton to fight for, so they want to make sure they don't get caught out. Only with the fleet footwork will be able to chase him down. Not until he distorts back, so not too much to fight for just yet. Looks like Levitate and the rest of TA trying to fight out and clear out the enemy jungle.
This is the one thing I will say, this LeBlanc build is entirely with the idea that you will be ahead, that you'll be able to push out the waves and do something, because right now, it is not able to do anything.
Oh,
now, Levitate!
They caught out Levitate, using the Gale Force to escape right back to his team, and RBM will go down. Levitate now is excited, but a little bit far away from the rest of the fight, so TA will just take one.
He also had some sixth sense there. I don't know if he was able to see Poppy on the right side. He had all of the wards blocked out, thanks to the Nocturne ultimate. But senses maybe didn't see or something, but is able to avoid Sunlight there, who was immediately running towards him. Finding that pick onto RBM may be the linchpin that they need. Only
gets rooted up.
Finds a kill.
Only picks up the kill onto the Rakan. And it will be that 1-for-1 now, with Snow down for the next 30 seconds. Setup around Dragon going to be a little bit harder for TA.
Porsche is just drawing so much aggro on the side lane now, but that is a few times now. 6 deaths here for Snow, which on a support engage champion is not unheard of, but with how the deaths have occurred, with where we've seen him die, it does feel like Snow is having an off game, and it happens. But he's just getting caught out. You're not a Nautilus, you're not a Braum, you're not a champion that is inherently very tanky as this Rakan, so you do need to position a little bit differently. Yes, there are ways for you to get around that with the battle dance, but still, pay respect to the opponents.
Man, the Grandpas are
Levitate's
still
here now.
going so aggressive. Conchu with the target, almost taken down, and Sunlight now unstoppable. 5-0 in this game. Lima will also fall. Snow 2, too late to the fight, and that means Keelix and Grandpa Gamers get the advantage.
They can turn this, though. Like, Sunlight, yes, he has a bunch of HP here, but you look at who's on the side of Team Ambition, I think they could have very easily turned this, especially with Porsche being level 16. Doesn't have the ultimate, so I can understand why. Said they're going to pull out. They're going to kind of get out of position here. Clyde, what?
Finds hook on the Levitate. What a find out of Clyde, only on a killing spree. And Baron spawning in 8 seconds. Keelix and Grandpa Gamers headed right towards it.
I understand why they were there, but that pick, right, it's just so incredible. Clyde, a long-standing member of Tier 2 and Tier 3. He's been an amateur support. He's played a little bit in Tier 2 in the Academy Challengers level, but aside from that, it has not been much. And now Porsche has the ultimate available, but it is just going wide. The needlework is unraveling.
Yeah, 5v1. Gwen is strong, but maybe not too immune right now. RBM does have to go away. Porsche pops the Zonias, but will go down. The shutdown into none other than Evan RL.
700 gold, that should be him finishing his item, should be... Alright, he's going to be picking up the Guardian Angel, so not only do you have to kill Evan once, you got to get him twice with the included Feather Storm available for Xayah. This game is getting out of hand. I think we might be going to 3 here, Grapes. Team Ambition just feel so lost, not only in this game, but also in the last game, and it did come down to that one play where they got around Baron, they knew how to play from ahead, but from behind or an even game state, they're just not expecting maybe how much damage Evan RL, maybe they weren't expecting to lose bottom lane as they are, but Team Ambition do feel lost. They do feel a little bit dizzy, and they need to calm down, get back into this game. Because right now, KGG, they are in control of this game. It's only 2,000, but you see item advantage, you see what's happening in these team fights, and it just feels so much more than what the gold is saying.
Sunlight's still 5-0-3. Nobody has found an answer to this Poppy yet to fall in this game number 2. As with the Turo Baron buff, Keelix and Grandpa Gamers are on the push on multiple fronts. Tier 2 in the bottom lane falls. Porsche and the rest of TA stacked mid to make sure an inhibitor will remain safe for now. But Evan has tons of feathers firing it onto this inhibitor structure. And looks like it will go down unless TA has something to say about it.
Nothing for them to really do here. I mean, Xayah is just so safe in this position. They're forcibly stepping up, trying to use this. Good use of the Gwen is immune, but only with this damage. Oh my god.
They find
what?
Levitate again. Another hook out of Clyde. The Gale Force is not enough to keep the Levitate alive, but Porsche has the needlework and has a lot of damage before getting out there. Evan RL has the GA pop. Kachu looking to rein in some final incinerates, but the flash and the pullback from Evan will take Kachu down. Porsche still on the back side of things, has full HP. The teleport was issued to try and use a flank, but TA aren't able to get anything as the backs come through.
Oh no! They can't find anybody there. They don't even find Omni here, who is going to walk through. We're going to a game 5 here. We're going to a game 3 between these two teams on this stream. It's just incredible. What a great coming out from Clyde. And the whole team just follows up. NRL has not led up with this advantage. The entire team now finished with 5 items, where Levitate is still trying to get to 4. He's just now finished his Bloodthirster. Yeah. He's so far behind at this point.
And man, what a game from Clyde. What a performance overall from Clyde. Somebody who, you know, you might think it's been around for a while. Maybe he's just playing for fun. It's kind of playing for fun. We had some stories from RBM about how he had to convince Clyde really hard to even play in this tournament. But man, this guy is so good on these engaged champions. He's able to find multiple picks on the Levitate. And might be the difference maker to send the Keelix to Grandpa Gamers through game 3.
All right. It all comes down to this. Can they actually close out the game? Dragon spawning in a minute. It is an Infernal Soul. And with how one-sided most of this game has been for KGG Grandpa Gamers, it takes a single last fight, but there's no Guardian Angel available for Evan RL. There's no Flash either. There's a Flash here for Levitate. And it took one fight last game.
Flashes in. Evan RL is down. What? No Featherstorm, and Team Ambition find the pick. Now it's Sunlight, the target. Levitate is unlocked, gets the shutdown, and that might just be it. One crucial pick was all it took, and Team Ambition are knocking on the door.
The same thing happened in game 1, and I'm so afraid the one saving grace for KGG here is that there is no minion wave for them to play on. You see that Porsche pushing in this bottom wave. They might try to rotate. Levitate, you are by yourself. You need to be enforcing the buddy system right now. You are not allowed within 1,000 meters or 1,000 units away from your team. Clyde
pops the stopwatch, still has to flash away. Levitate is big with the rockets, and Limo gets the kill on RBM. Clyde,
is this how this ends?
The quickness will land, and Clyde will be able to escape for now. The Ignite's ticking onto Snow. Limo now has to flash from Only, who has the Banshee shield still
Evan's
intact.
alive. Evan's alive.
The bot lane inhibitor will go down, but Evan survives, and now the Dragon will be where TA retreat to.
Look at how close this game 2 is between Team Ambition and KGG Grandpa Gamers. They find a single pick, just like in game 1, and bring the gold lead right back. I don't even care about the gold lead at this point. Gold is irrelevant. We're looking at items, really. Item completions are more of a key indicator, but a dragon here for Team Ambition, an Infernal Dragon, and now 45 seconds before the Baron spawns. Still a flash on Levitate. No flash available for Evan RL. That Guardian Angel is not available to them. And it is such big finds here. Sunlight, his flash, most importantly, needs to be up and ready if he wants to be able to catch out Levitate. This game's getting only closer and closer. I mean, Only is exacerbating some of this gold lead, but Kachu's playing Annie. Like, I don't care. Yeah. Like, I'm there to be a setter for my team. Yes, can I do damage? That would be nice, but I have Porsche, we have Limo. Clyde's got to be careful. Unmarked here. Limo.
Yeah, hook onto Limo here. Paranoia comes out. Snow with the engage, but Limo almost about to go down. Watch Levitate. He gets the first kill on the Clyde and is now excited. Sunlight caught out. Does not have the flash yet, but only dashes over and assassinates Snow. Sunlight sure to be the second casualty here, as it will be a 2-for-1 TA's way.
Why are we fighting over there? Evan cannot get over the wall. That is the worst possible position for you to be in, and it might be that play that completely turns this game around. Sunlight and Clyde, they have to be feeling a little bit anxious after that, saying, could we have lost our team the game there? I was afraid a static shift proc was going to come out and steal it, but it's going to be a Turo Baron buff for Team Ambition.
Only trying to cancel some backs, but that's all he'll be able to do. TA regaining control of this game. Partly off the back of Levitate, who had a really nice fight, and is right back into this one, matching toe-to-toe with Evan.
Wow. Okay. We need to calm down here. As hype as this game is getting, I know that on the other stream, they actually just wrapped up. They're doing their interview currently. Lit Esports, they took the 2-0. I'm very sad, but so far, this series is delivering. This is so far the game that is probably the closest that we have seen. I'd have to go back and watch some of the other games. Team Ambition, however, they do not want to lose this. They want to try to take a 2-0, and we said this during the first series. People, when they look at the Leaguepedia, they will only see a 2-0. They will not see how hard fought this game was. And so it is up to Kellogg's Grandpa Gamers to show up in this match, to show a little bit of fortitude, some of that resolve, clean out this game, and bring us to 3. But Team Ambition, they don't want any of that. They want to be done and dusted, go up and play against Mirage Alliance next week.
Baron buff available for the next minute 45. Tier 2 turrets are now all down. The remaining structures are the inhibitor towers in mid and top. And that is where TA will set their sights on. Porsche pushing in this wave, escorting the minions, the Baroned up minions, onto this tier 3 turret. How do Keelix the Grandpa get back into this one? Evan RL was not a big part of those last 2 fights. Got picked in one, was not in range to do damage in the other. And so if he is given the opportunity, still has a chance to carry this one.
It's going to be all eyes on our 80 carries. Evan RL, someone who's gotten experience in so many different regions and in so many levels of play. Playing in the academy so long ago, playing in collegiate, a champion there. Levitate, a fresh face to competitive. Had a small stint on University of Southern California, but really made his name on the Tony Top team that did promote into the LCS Challengers League just last split. And besides them, right, Kachu, a new mid laner, really showing up in this last year and having great performances in the LCS Challengers qualifiers. And only...
Oh, Snow 2 gets hooked out a little bit here.
Okay.
Only that veteran in the mid lane as well, right? Like, has to really stick to it and play not only safe, but also doing a lot of damage here. Lands a root onto Porsche. He's got 60% HP. The inhibitors have not gone down yet, though.
They're just going to pull back. Dragon spawning in a minute. Still, the Barons on their backs. They want to try to match, but these waves are not on the correct timers. They're not hitting at the same time, which allows for Kellogg's Grandpa Gamers, instead of being split apart and having to devote their focus to multiple different lanes, all they have to do, move to one lane, give all the gold over to Evan, and let maybe Omli hit some to try to finish out his items, move to the next one. It makes it very easy for them to be able to defend their base here. Not an inhibitor tower down in the top side, but an inhibitor from that bottom lane. It feels like so long ago that we saw KGG hitting that bottom side inhibitor. And now we're here, 22-19.
Only with the smite into the ulti combo. Only in a whole lot of trouble. Snow 2 dashes forward with quickness, but gets one shot by Evan. Sunlight lands a stun on Limo as well. It's a 4v5.
Oh my god, Levitate!
In a good spot, but watch Levitate on the backside. He gets knocked up, but still is untouched. The rocket comes through, and Porsche and Levitate are carrying this game. The Gale force forward, but no, Evan one-shots Levitate. There's still hope for the Grandpa Gamers. Porsche still running accelerated with the Ghost. Evan has to get back to base to try to save this game.
Oh my god, Porsche. Such a close fight there. I love that we got to see our 280 carriers really exert themselves. But that right there was the crux of the issue that I had with this draft from Kellogg's Grandpa Gamers. The fact that Evan has to chase his team to be able to deal damage. And in that situation, just wasn't going to be the case. Sunlight now in a bit of a tough spot, getting additional movement speed from the Annie. Has to be able to run away.
Needlework is up once again. Sunlight gets shredded here by the true damage of Porsche.
Jesus.
And Sunlight will go down. The Dragon's still up. Limo and RBM about to spawn. We're in for one hell of a fight around this Infernal Dragon. Evan
RL does not have Flash. Levitate does not have Flash. There's no Ghost here for Porsche. There's not going to even be a top laner available for KGG. Team Ambition, this should be their Dragon, barring a massive steal. But even if RBM steals this, he's going to have to flash out of this pit to be able to survive. If he goes down, that'll be their kill, and Baron is spawning in a minute. Big objective, Kachu!
Kachu finds 2. Here comes Porsche. The snip, and the rocket will take down Clyde. Levitate is excited, but he's still unjoined in the fight. Porsche is so huge on the front line and gets the shutdown onto Evan RL.
That's it.
It's a double kill for the Gwen, and Team Ambition They found the fight. It took 39 damn minutes, but they're pushing into the base, and they're headed to the semifinals with a rematch against Mirage Alliance.
Oh my god, and in the fashion that they do it, laning phase just doesn't matter. Team Ambition, congratulations on a hard-fought victory there. KGG, they gave you zero leeway to be able to actually get away with that. What the hell was that game? Congratulations again to them, and it feels bad for Kellex Grandpa Gamers as the team that came in, they were riding the high off of upsetting Komodo yesterday, and they fall here. Congratulations to them either way for making the top 8. They'll make a little bit of money and definitely have a ton of points moving into the second qualifier.
Not the cleanest set of games, and that's obviously not the greatest sign going into a matchup against the #1 seed, who did beat you pretty handily in the OQs. But if you're Team Ambition, you have to be happy about how you grinded that series out. Portion, Levitate on the Gwen and the Jinx. My goodness, taking over that late game, even though Evan RL was definitely the raid boss coming towards some of those later game fights.
It was just it was so sad, right? Like, you gave Evan all of the tools, but the team was just not in the correct position, constantly getting caught out too far. There was obviously that Baron play where Clyde and Sunlight are over the wall. Evan's not hitting. Evan can't hit. Like, you need to be playing around your AD carry. That does come with a little bit of responsibility of telling you, like, I can't hit over this wall. We cannot play in this terrain. It's unfortunate for them. We'll see, hopefully, Kellex Grandpa Gamers be able to bounce back in the next qualifier, and we'll see Team Ambition next week, but we're going to try to get an interview with one of the members, so stick right where you are. Do not go anywhere, guys, please. We'll have an interview, and we'll be right back.
The LCS Challengers League is brought to you by Turo, the world's largest car-sharing marketplace. Find your drive.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LCS Challengers League qualifiers. We are here with Limo, the jungler from Team Ambition, who just is coming off of a 2-0 victory over Keelix's Grandpa Gamers. Limo, congratulations on the win. I don't know if you heard our broadcast yesterday, but RBM said, I don't know if this Limo guy is that good. You have a response right now? Start things off?
I mean, I think the 2-0 was response enough. He got 8 kills on Kha'Zix and couldn't carry the game, so I think we gave him everything he wanted and he wasn't able to pull it out. So that says enough.
You know, if I'm playing representative for the Kellex Grandpa Gamers, Kellex tweeted no scrims and a bunch of older tired men. We had a pretty close series. We'll take that. For you, obviously, like this is you guys have been pretty dominant. You guys were seeded very highly coming into the tournament, and now you are here in top 8 or in top 4. How was the journey getting to this point for you guys? Do you feel like it's very easy, or is there some trouble?
I mean, it was pretty easy, to be honest. Swapping our top went a lot better than I thought. It sucks I missed Bedge, but Porsche is definitely stepping it up, being a 1v9 player, so really happy with that. Generally, I think there isn't much competition other than Mirage, so I'm looking forward to kicking them out next week.
Nice.
Get some
Wonderful.
revenge from a couple weeks ago in the
Yeah.
OQs. What was... I mean, I don't know if you want to leak any strategies right now, but is there any plans that you have to address the issues a little bit differently from when you did in round 5 of the Swiss?
I mean, to be honest, I think we just draft capped ourselves in round 5 and it's a BO1 series, so I doubt we'll ever do that again, so it should be an easy 2-0.
How did you feel about today? Because I think that there was some question mark pings with how close some of those games were. From your perspective, obviously you're playing Vi both games and you're on jungle duty, so like what was going wrong for you guys in game?
To be honest, we kind of egoed 2 of our picks, and egoing 2 of our picks and giving them a lane to actually have a chance in was just a bit too BM, so the games were closer than they should have been, but I mean, it happens sometimes. At least we got to pull it out in the end.
Fair
Oh,
enough,
man.
fair enough.
I mean, this overall, yeah, the early game had some issues here and there, but overall things went pretty well. What was your reaction to RBM running under your tier 2 turret in game number 1 to try and kill you there? What was going on over there?
I mean, I kind of expected him to do it, but I didn't expect Kha'Zix damage, bro. I haven't played against this champ like ever, but I mean, 1 for 1, I'm up a camp. It's not that bad. I'll take it as a W.
Yeah, Limo, you have been a very exciting prospect to watch the last couple of years. Obviously, there was the legendary like Dare run that you had, and then we kind of saw you on some other rosters. Where do you feel your development is at personally, and where do you want to be either at the end of this year or maybe in the future?
I think NACL Qs definitely isn't the target. Winning this is kind of just a checkmark that I'm really hoping that we can get, and I think we will get with our players. Promoting to NACL is a whole different thing, but I think we should be capable of that too. And that's, I guess, kind of the end goal. Want to make sure all of our players are recognized as good as they are.
Awesome. Is there any team in particular you're looking forward to maybe trying to kick out?
I mean, it would be fun to play Fear because Perry's the GOAT and I've talked to him a lot, but I mean, I don't know if that's going to actually happen. So we'll see.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
Speaking of, I believe we could pull up our bracket as well for the continuation of the playoffs that start next week. You're, of course, playing against Mirage Alliance, but we have Winthrop versus Lit on the bottom half. If you do end up winning this semifinal here, Limo, which team do you expect to be meeting in the finals?
So we've like canceled our scrims on Lit like 3 times just because of like mismatches and screw ups. So I have no idea how good they are, but I think their side of the bracket is kind of Mickey Mouse.
Yes.
And whichever one makes it to finals will end up losing. So I don't think it matters.
Ooh,
Respect.
okay.
I agree with you. Don't worry. I said earlier before we got into this bracket, I was like, the one of these sides is a little easier than the other.
Yeah.
And that happened. That even happened last split, right? When you had the Maryville time, every single split. It's like, okay, can we dodge Maryville? No. All right.
Yeah.
Cool. So
Yeah.
we're just going 8th or 4th. Awesome. Limo, I want to congratulate you again for your win today. Is there any shout outs that you want to give out to either fans, friends, team?
I mean, my team are all the GOATs. My coach is great. Dahan, our analyst, is fantastic. Every single one of my players keeps stepping it up every single time we play. So, just everyone. And my parents are watching, so I shout out to them as well. Thanks for their
There you
support.
go.
Love some supportive
Nice.
parents. Thank you so much, Limo, for joining us. And that's going to do it for our coverage of the LCS Challenge League qualifiers for the rest of this week. We'll be right back on Saturday on twitch.tv/RallyCryOfficial and RallyCry2 with the semifinals. And of course, the finals happen in the very next day on Sunday. Alec Battery, thank you so much for joining me throughout these games. Shout out to RallyCry as well as Load Screen for helping us out on production. Until then, we're going to say so long. We'll see you on Saturday.